Good morning. Good morning. Grand Rising. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the live. Welcome to Deconstructing Christianity. I'm your host, Coach Renz, and happy hump day. Happy hump day. Looking forward to today's discussion. Hopefully we can get some good discussion going on today. In the comments. Hopefully on some call-ins. And we have some great discussions concerning the Bible teaches obedience over righteousness, and for the example of that, we're looking at 7 different so-called heroes in your Bible, men that the Bible claim to be heroes, claim to be righteous, and you are taught this. You are taught this when you go when you're in church. You're taught this at home. You just in your community as you walk around. You are pretty much taught that these men are biblical heroes, that they represent faithfulness to God. And these are the ones that are touted out most of the time. Japheth, not as much. But even in the New Testament, a couple of these are considered to be righteous men. So in the argument that, well, these are Old Testament, in the New Testament as well, Lot and Japheth are considered to be righteous. So is Elijah and Moses, and Abraham and Joshua. And David. These are all supposed to be righteous men. David, a man after God's own heart. But I'm going to go ahead and give you the punchline for those who are listening to this right now and those who will be listening to it later. All of this is you are taught that these are great righteous men so that you become obedient. That you become obedient to government and power. At the end of the day, it's about your obedience to government and power. Now, one of the things what we're looking at here is the fact that these men would all go to jail for committing crimes against humanity, committing crimes against persons, if any of them were to do the things that they claim that they did, and then people are saying that they're righteous. And we see people who do some of the things that these guys do, and their asses go to jail. They go to jail. It's that simple. They go to jail. No one would claim these people to be righteous today. And let me go ahead and stamp out something real quick for those who are going to be in the comments later. There are people in prison who have saved other people's lives. People in prison who have fed the homeless. There are people in prison who have helped poor people. There are people in prison who are great mothers and fathers, but they committed a crime and they went to jail. You helped the old lady across the street, but you're still a murderer. So when you try to look at, they were obedient to God and they did this and they did that. They fought for the side of the Lord. They helped a poor widow. They healed this person. They was nice to that person. They still committed crimes that would put them in jail today. So you are taught to love these people, to admire these people in the face of the heinous crimes that they commit. And yes, these are crimes we will look at them today, but not just as a society, a nation, just as a moral society, we will look at them as a crime. And here's the thing: when I was doing research on this this morning, last night, I didn't know that a dude in the 17th century wrote about this very thing. There is a Jewish scholar named Spinoza, Baruch Spinoza, who wrote about this very thing in the 17th century. And last night I was contemplating this because I was thinking about Lot and Lot's story and how Lot is truly a villain. But then Lot in Hebrews is called a righteous man. And I was thinking, like, how can you call Lot a righteous man in Hebrews when you look at what Lot's moral mentality is? And so I stayed up to about 2 o'clock last night researching some stuff, and these other guys popped into my mind, Abraham and Moses and Joshua and Elijah and David and Japheth. And then in one of the papers that I was reading, they mentioned this guy Baruch Spinoza from the 17th century, who was ostracized from his community for saying that obedience to God should not be your moral standard, but your ethics should be based on what is good for the people. And he's exposed this because he was saying that these men committed evil atrocities, yet they are popped up as heroes of the Bible. So we're going to talk about some of these guys. The best research you can do is read your Bible. Why? And be lied to? When you read the Bible, if you actually read the Bible, if you actually studied the Bible, then you would recognize exactly what I'm about to say. White chicken. That's a hell of a name. I like that one. Right? White chicken. What a weird premise. Seems like you need to do more reading. Yeah. Let's see. I would love for someone to try to defend these people. That's right. And we're going to jump into the first one. My man, Abraham. And as Glenn has already put out, Abraham was about to sacrifice his own son. When his own son asked him where the sacrifice would come from, Abraham deceived his own son with saying, God will provide the sacrifice. Now, before we get to the sacrifice, let's look at good old Father Abraham. You see, most people, when they think about Abraham and they think about the evil and the atrocities of Abraham, the first thing that they go to is him wanting to sacrifice, him saying that I'm going to sacrifice my son because a voice in the sky told me, a voice in my head said, go and build an altar and sacrifice your son. That's the first thing people go to, but that's not the first thing we're going to go to with Abraham. We got to go a little bit further back with Abraham. Now, although this is not this is not something that most people think about, but Abraham pimped out his wife. Abraham allowed his wife to be taken 2 times, not once. First time I let him slide. I let him slide a little bit. He told a lie, a half lie. So to give you the story, Abraham was rolling up into Egypt because there was a famine in the land. When he gets up into the land with the famine, Abraham tells his wife Sarah, girl, you look so good that I need you to tell everybody you're my sister, because if they think that you're my wife, they may kill me in order to get to you. So ladies, I want y'all to think about that. Father Abraham lied, saying that he told a half lie, saying that Sarah was just his sister. She was his half sister, but just his sister. Pharaoh takes Sarah, gets some of her poom poom. Pharaoh's house is punished by this god. And then Pharaoh then gives Abraham all this money and gold and slaves. So he pimped out his wife. He was willing to sacrifice his wife, allow her to be taken by a man that she had no desire to be with. Now, what do we call that thing when a woman has to sleep with a man that she has no desire to sleep with? What do we call that? What do we call that? Anybody can tell me what we call when a woman has to sleep with a man that she doesn't have any desire to sleep with, right? Exactly, Dallas. It's called rape. It's called rape. No matter how you slice it, it's called rape. So Does Abraham do that once? Or does he do it twice? Because later on, when he's dealing with Amalek, he does the exact same thing. He tells his wife Sarah, hey, tell them, just like we did in Egypt, tell them that you're my sister, because they may try to kill me because you look so good at 80 years old. And Amalek sees her, said, damn, she fine, and he takes her. Now, Amalek didn't sleep with her. He recognized game beforehand. But the fact that Abraham was willing to sacrifice his wife's mentality and her pum in order to save his own life. If there's any women on here right now, ladies, is this the kind of man you want to be with? I mean, I'm just, it's a real question. It's not rhetorical. Would you want to be with a man who says that, who's willing to sacrifice your pum, your mental health, so that he doesn't die? I want to know that, ladies. Women walking around talking about Father Abraham. Why are you willing to be with a man who will sacrifice your pum, your mental health, to save his own life? And then you get some slaves out the deal. You get some money. I mean, if she wasn't old, it would be Jeffrey Epstein level. But this is, Abraham is participating in the sex slave trade. Sex slavery. Appreciate it, Stephen. Stephen B. There is absolutely no way that a woman should be willing to accept this from Abraham. Abraham would go to jail today if he pimped out his wife. It's called sex slave trade. It's called pimping. But Abraham is supposed to be righteous. So we can start there. Abraham also, after his wife told him to sleep with Hagar, they produced a child. Abraham was willing to sacrifice. See, y'all shouldn't be surprised that Abraham was willing to sacrifice Isaac. Two times. Abraham sent Hagar and his first son, Ishmael, out into the desert, out into the wilderness, effectively giving them a death sentence. If it wasn't for this angel who shows up two times, or angel or God is debatable, who shows up two times, one to tell Hagar to go back and be a slave again. So think about that for your God. Your God would tell someone to go back and be a slave. But he goes and he says, hey. And then the second time he built her a well when they were out there to die. So Abraham death sentence Hagar two times and his son Ishmael two times. Did he do it because Hagar murdered somebody? Right? Did Hagar try to kill him? I mean, what did Hagar do? No, this was all because of the jealousy of his wife, Sarah. His sister wife, Sarah, her jealousy, her insecurities, this pab of a man. And for those who don't know what a pab is, a punk ass bitch of a man, said, okay, baby, I'll send Hagar and my first son Ishmael out into the wilderness to die. Because he's a punk. Abraham was a straight up punk. So this is a righteous man. He's sending her out to die, right? But then let's get to the part that everybody loves, because I got plenty of people to talk about here. Abraham hears a word from God in his head. Obviously, no one else heard this, just Abraham. Sacrifice your son Isaac. And without hesitation, Abraham collects some sticks, gets his son Isaac. Isaac asks, "Where's the sacrifice?" He said, "Don't worry, God will provide," knowing full well at that moment that he was going to kill his son. They walk up the mountain. He builds the sacrifice. Isaac carrying his own sacrificial wood, ties his son up, and is about to deliver the killing blow without hesitation. But oh, an angel, a ram in the bush, and God said, "Now I know." After all the other shit that he did, now I know. How did God not know beforehand? Doesn't God know your heart? Doesn't he know your mind? But this man was willing to do that. Now, if you guys recall, this past summer, there was a woman in Ohio. She said God said to kill all her whole family. She did kill her son and her husband and was attempting to drown the teenagers before the police caught her. Her claim, God told her to. God said that her family needed to be returned back to him. Where is she right now? She's in jail. I think she was a Mennonite or Amish lady. Either way, she's Christian. But she's in jail. She is completely in jail. They'll tell you in church, God provided a ram in the bush because Abraham was obedient to God. He was obedient. He did what God told him to do. Now, I want you to think about it, for all my men folk out there. All my men folk, I want y'all to think about something. And I'm not saying that, I'm not saying women can't think about this, but my men folk, it should hit harder for you. God told Abraham to kill his son. The only son he got, because he not sent the other son out into the wilderness to die. He killed his son. Right? This is his son. But when God wanted to kill the inhabitants of Sodom, Abraham was trying to bargain with God. When it came to killing his own son, Abraham didn't try to bargain. He didn't try to convince. He didn't try to say, God, well, why don't, what if there's 10 people? What if there's 5 people? What if there's 20 people? He didn't try to bargain for the life of his son at all, but to a whole city of strangers, and not just strangers. This is a whole city of people that he had previously went to war against. These were his enemies that he went to war against. He's trying to barter. Oh God, don't kill everybody in Sodom. I mean, what with 10 good people down now? Remember, he fought these people when they kidnapped Lot. When they took over and they kidnapped Lot and took all the Lot stuff. He fought those people. Remember that? These are enemies of his. Non-Hebrews. Oh, please, God, don't do it. Don't do it. But when it comes time for your son, you don't advocate for your son? Come on, fellas. And mind you, this is going to be a repetitive theme in this Bible. I'm not going to show fealty to my family, but I'm going to choose strangers over my family. I love all y'all that's on here in the most far extreme version of love, because I don't really know y'all, but I love all y'all on here just as people. But I'd be damned if I sacrifice my son for any of y'all. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, you understand what I'm saying? I'm not sacrificing my son for y'all. But this man had everything to say about, the people of Sodom. Oh, it's 10 people. Maybe it's 5 people. Dude, you just fought these people. And mind you, you know something that people don't think about? The people of Sodom took Lot. They took all of Lot's stuff. Abraham saves Lot, gets all their stuff. He does not give Lot back his stuff. He gives Lot stuff and everything else to Melchizedek. If I'm Lot, I'm like, what the hell, Unc? Give me my shit back. You ever think about that? You ever realize that? So, what these men, would Abraham go to jail in today's world or not? Abraham tried to sacrifice his own son, tried to kill his son. It's all about, but we praise this. But will he go to jail today? Should in any time frame, he should go to jail. And this is what I'm talking about. This is what they do. They try to teach you ways around your own morality in order for you to be able to still believe in this book. Josh Richards says, if you actually read all of the Bible, you would learn that Abraham knew God would raise his son from the dead and keep his promise. So, okay, let me hit that part first. There is absolutely nothing in the Bible within the story of Abraham that would let you know that Abraham knew God would raise his son from the dead. There is absolutely no instance before Abraham, during the lifetime of Abraham, and even after that part of Abraham for thousands of years of the reading of the Bible, that anybody was raised from the dead, that Abraham would have known that. No one around the story of Abraham would have given Abraham the indication. It's not like somebody in Abraham's past, like, oh, you know what? I remember Shem, he died and he was raised from the dead. No, Abraham didn't know any stories of anybody being raised from the dead. So he did not know that God would raise him from the dead. That's some later on, I'm going to make some shit up bullshit. But this is what they have to do. Oh, this is why Abraham was willing to sacrifice his son, because he knew that God would raise him from the dead. No, ain't nobody buying that. That's the what they call it, exegesis bullshit that they feed you. And then he says, so when you mention the more care, they care more for strangers. Come on, man, check this out now. I'm reading this exactly how he wrote it. So when you mention the more care from strangers, you are comparing apples to oranges. He probably using text and talk, because that'd be messing the stuff up. No, it is not comparing apples to oranges. If a God came down, if I heard a voice in my head that said, hey, go kill your daughters and your son, sacrifice them to me. But then this God also shows up physically with 2 other dudes. And then it's like, hey, I'm going to kill Sodom and Gomorrah. I'm going to argue for the people of Sodom and Gomorrah when this mug just told me to kill when he told me to kill my own? No. And here's the thing. If my timeline is correct, I believe the Sodom and Gomorrah shit happened before. Somebody let me know. Is Sodom and Gomorrah before the killing? Before he tried to kill his own son? I can't remember. Let me look real quick. I gotta know. Sorry, I hit some wrong buttons. This is getting on my. It doesn't just tell me straight out. I was hoping it would tell me straight out, but I believe the Sodom and Gomorrah story happens before this. No, the sacrifice of Isaac happens first. Let's see. He separate with Lot. Lot goes on about his business, and then Sodom and Gomorrah happens. So Sodom and Gomorrah happens before the sacrifice of Lot. He had the mindset to argue the point about Sodom and Gomorrah, but then when your son is offered sacrifice, you ain't got shit to say. So I like when Christians get on here like, you talk about the Bible too much. The Bible is for believers. Read the room, bro. Read the room. What is the name of the channel? Stop crying like a little girl. I'm in a mood today, y'all. Don't come on. I don't have patience today. My patience level is low today. Just to let y'all know that normal patience that y'all see from me, I ain't got much of it today. I don't know why. Maybe because I didn't feel like waking up this early as I did. But I ain't got no patience today, so I'm telling y'all right now, it's gonna be a little wild and woolly in here. So don't come on this channel crying. You can't make a good argument. I'm gonna tell you to shut all the hells up. And some of y'all are not good for me being in this mode because y'all just be egging that shit on. But anyway, so punk ass Abraham push his son out there. Since we're talking about Abraham, let's go to the second joker. He said, tip them Libra scales over. and I know why. It's because I'm reading. I'm studying last night these jokers, and I'm like, oh, how could I have been so foolish as to not see this when I was younger, and how can I be so foolish as to that? There was a time that I celebrated these people. I celebrated Abraham pimping out his wife for some slaves. Because the second time, that was the first time he didn't know he was gonna get some money, some money and some animals. Second time when he did the Amalek, he had it in the back of his mind. Maybe I get some more donkeys, get some more camels, get some more gold, get some more slaves. Sarah, you my sister. Tell me you my sister. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And so Lot. And disobedience. So Abraham would go to jail and should go to jail. Abraham should be seen as an immoral person. Regardless of anything of his faith, his belief, your faith and belief does not make you righteous, but they expect you to be obedient over doing the right thing. And I saw somebody kept asking, what is righteousness? Righteousness is not following the law of the Bible. That's not following the law. It doesn't make you righteous. Doing what's right for people, doing what's right, that's what make you righteous. It's in the word, righteousness. Doing the right thing is pimping your wife the right thing. Is sacrificing your son the right thing. No, you are taking someone else's freedom to live, someone else's freedom as to who they get to sleep with. That's not doing the right thing. And yes, as I said yesterday, morality is subjective. But I think the overwhelming majority of the people would agree with me that pimping your wife out and killing your son is not righteous. Now let's get to one of the most unrighteous people, who the book of Hebrews in your New Testament, the book of Hebrews says that Lot was a righteous man, and his righteousness was tested. Tested, I say. Lot. Two strangers come to town. First he separated from his uncle. Then Lot just stupid. Lot's one of them dudes that keep doing stuff. And y'all got them friends. That person. They keep doing stuff, and you just be looking at them like, are you stupid? You know what I'm saying? Lot was he left with his uncle. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You're gonna leave with your uncle, go to a new city, go to some new places, have a little adventure. Lot and his uncle, they grew, do some pimping, and got some slaves, got some servants, got a whole bunch of animals, got so many animals they have to separate. Being an uncle, said, hey, nephew, you know what? Pick whatever land you want. You go ahead, nephew. I got you. He picked the good land over by Sodom. The Sodomites and people come and take and capture him and take all his shit. But then his uncle was like, well, you chose that, so you ain't getting your shit back. So he go back. Now, why would you move back to the city of the people who just whooped your ass? Can somebody explain that to me? Why would you move to the city of your enemy? Does that make sense? Now, this ain't my main grievance with Lot, obviously, but this is just some auxiliary stuff. Why would you move to the city of your enemy? I mean, the one who just whooped your ass and took all your stuff, and you didn't even get your stuff back when your uncle got conquered them. Matter of fact, he gave it to another dude. Gave it to Melchizedek. So he goes into the city of the people who just whooped his ass instead of staying with his uncle. Right? So then, and help me out, y'all. Lot was said to be righteous when he was living in Sodom, according to the book of Hebrews. Right? When he was in the city of Sodom, two strangers roll up into town. Lot housed them. Nothing wrong with that. But when the men of the city come to exercise their thoughts of sodomizing these two men, remember, Lot didn't know that they were angels at the time. Didn't have that idea. And even if they were angels, I would have a different take on it. But Lot instead it goes out to the men and said, hey, don't try to mess with these strangers. They in my house under my protection. I got two fine ass virgin daughters that y'all can do what you will, do what you want. Even though I already know what you want. I know you want some good. I got two fine ass virgin daughters. Again, choosing strangers over your family. Ladies, this reason enough is why women should walk away from this Bible. This reason enough. When a man says that the value of my daughters is not worth the value of two strangers, think about that, ladies. Two strangers have more value to a father than his two daughters. But he says, don't. You can rape my daughters. And remember, Hebrews said that Lot was righteous. So the right thing to do is to offer your daughter's virgin poom poom to a mob of men than the two strangers who came into your house. Think about that, ladies. That's what they're telling you. That's this righteous man. That's they said in Hebrews, this is the righteous man. And then when this righteous man, when it was told that they can leave the city, and they leave the city, and his wife looked back, and the righteous man get to the cave, the righteous man gets drunk with his daughters, and then the righteous man, I've been inebriated in my before. I ain't never been that damn drunk. But the righteous man has sex with his daughter, and they produce a child. Now, the first time, if you got drunk, maybe you one of those people who get blitz drunk and you don't remember shit, or you ain't got no control over nothing. But then your other daughter do the same thing to you. When your daughters are liquoring you up, you gonna keep getting drunk. You wanted your daughter's poom poom. This nasty bastard wanted his daughter's poom poom. Because just like with Abraham, first time might let it slide when you pimped out your wife. Second time, no, fella. No. We can't do that. Let's let Love Song get on here for a second. For 20 minutes. Take a break, and these jokers come getting angry. Love Song.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm good. Am I interrupting anything? What was going on?
Oh, no. Because I got, I can talk about all 7 of these jokers, but I'll let people come on, and somebody might try to justify one of them or something. So,
no, because I see you all the time on YouTube, and I was like, that's it. Like, I know him. But I'm trying to talk to celebrities stuff. But no, I'm so serious. But no, like I'm a non-believer, right? So, but what happened was, when you go to church or you listen to people, you listen to stories, and if you have never read them, you really don't know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what I was saying, because I'm studying the book of Job right now, and a lot of times when you hear that story, I don't want to throw it off, but you hear it all the time, but once you go to it, I've always heard, that's the one for faith.
Yep.
And he takes everything from you, and you bow down, and you should keep it. But when I read it, I was like, ooh, no, the devil and Jesus, them mugs, they dapping each other up and setting up a plan. I'm like, that ain't right.
Exactly.
And so I was reading Lot, Sodom and Gomorrah, and is that right? No, that's not right.
Gomorrah,
excuse me. Yeah. And I'm doing a lot of studying because I'm tired of hearing and not knowing for myself. But even though I don't believe, I was, people who like atheists and non-believers, I started wanting to read from them, not from Christians, because they put band-aids on stuff and move on to the next story
all the time.
And so what really got me reading more is I was on here, of course, but it was somebody who was a believer, and he was trying to justify what was going on in the Lot story. And he was just talking all this stuff, and then I said, well, sir, he was basically putting everything on the wife. And I said, well, sir, do you know what happened at the beginning of the book? And he was saying, well, you're a non-believer, so do you support homosexuals? I said, well, sir, that's none of my business. People don't need my permission to go up to anybody. Then he said he was trying to justify Lot and saying that the only reason why he wanted to sacrifice his daughters was because he didn't want the men to be gay.
Wow.
I said, that's a mob of people. I said, sir, like you just about to give up your daughters. And that's why I said, even being a non-believer, I'm even more interested because people who do believe in God, they read the story. That's what they do.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I can't be around people that think that way. Excuse me. And I was like, I can't believe it. And then he said, and I said, well, because they were asking about people, non-believers and stuff. And then he went on to, I said, well, Judges 19 was a nasty one too. You ensave people until they pass away. And I was like, then he called me a feminist. I said, sir, you asked a question and it was about these women who are unalive. And then he said, well, what about the men? I said, sir, what are you talking about? I said, do you see that where are the men that they're talking about that are being unalive? And I mean, they get the glory. They can do anything they want to women and nothing to say it.
Exactly, because the woman has no value to in the Bible.
Right. I said, Lot wife didn't have a name. So what are you saying? And I don't even think that Judges 19, I don't even think they said the women's name. They just said the concubine. And I hope I'm not misquoting.
No, you're right. It just talks. She's just the concubine.
Exactly, the concubine. I think he gave up his children as well. I don't want to say, you know more than me, so I don't want to mess it up.
Now he didn't give up his children. He just so he just went. His concubine left. He went to go get her. They got halfway home, and then the Lot kind of story happens, and he just gave up the concubine. Now the man who had that house, he also offered his daughter, I think, or something.
Right.
And then they raped the concubine until she died.
Yeah. Like these are nameless women.
Mm-hmm.
And then another one was the captive women as well. And of course, I read the part where you shave your head, you cut your fingernails off, unalive your whole family. And it's like, this is crazy. But just like you said, women should really think about this stuff. But I mean, I never knew that all of this went on in the Bible. I had no idea.
Yeah, they clothe all this stuff in these nice little garments of, he was so faithful, and they were so faithful to God, and they skip over all these atrocities, or they try to clean up these atrocities and try to make it seem like it's about something else. Oh, it was about those men committing an act of homosexuality. This man offered his daughters.
Yes, sir.
What man is gonna, if you will sacrifice your daughters, you are not a man at all. You should never be a father.
And I said, I know this could not be what he taught, and that is why I'm doing a whole lot more, as in reading, because some places you go, they say, well, you're a non-believer, you're not gonna believe it anyway. But this stuff made up anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, thankfully, it's made up stuff.
Right, but you're gonna sit there and treat women like this because I was talking. Am I taking over? Because I don't want to be rude.
No, you fine. I give people a certain amount of time.
Oh yeah, like put a timer up. But I was just like, you know so much. I was like, I get to meet you finally.
I don't even know how to do that.
But but the last thing, I will wrap it up, where they were talking about women being, and please tell me if I'm wrong. I really want help, of course. But they were talking, I said, women being virgins were, because somebody was saying, I guess they wanted to have sex, I guess. I don't want to say that, but and they were just so sad that they was trying to make sure that they asked God. Anyway, long story short, I said, I really think that was more set for women and not waiting till you got married. Because women they're treated so bad that, being clean was not even for marriage. It was like strictly for women. That's what I'm getting
at. Okay. Yeah. So women were the only ones who said that they had to be virgins when they would get married, that they got to save themselves for marriage. Men didn't have to have chastity laws. So a man could have sex with the temple prostitutes, any other woman, you can have sex with these other women from other tribes. You're fine. But women had to maintain their virginity till marriage. Otherwise, their value was gone. And so, yeah, that's only on women. It's all about controlling your sexuality so they can control where their money goes when they have children. But yeah, women, you're right. The sexual laws are mostly just for women. There's a few that are for men, but mostly it's just for women. Like don't sleep with your auntie, your daddies, your stepmama, your mama, your sisters, that kind of thing.
It's nice.
Yeah.
That's real nice.
That's real nice.
I'm write that down. I'm so serious.
Yeah.
Because it's just, I guess because I'm a type of person is I look at symbolism, I look at things of that nature, and reading this, I was like, this has nothing to do with me, and this is all of your black ass. And I was wrong. Then I just said, well, why don't you just ask God for permission to have sex and get it over with? And then he tells you this, because they say, well, I want to have a relationship, with my father, like God. I said, well, what's wrong with asking a man? Ask your man. But they thought I was wrong. Well,
so he was saying that he shouldn't have sex?
No, it was somebody that I know, and they were saying, well, I should wait to marriage. And, well, I'm sinning if I have sex out of marriage. I said, well, why don't you just pray, just ask God, can you have sex and get it over with? And then people were mad at me. They was like, well, why would you ask God for a sin? Well, hell, he ain't your daddy anyway. You just having sex. What's the difference? They got so mad at me. I said, well, damn.
That's just crazy. Okay. Right. So I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, I said, well, so people are hungry. God can't fix a sandwich, but you just so mad because you want to have 2-3 minutes of joy, and that's just the worst thing to do. I said, well, damn. So I just left it alone. I just said, well, never mind me.
Did you say two? I know I heard everything you said, but the 2-3 minutes stuck. The 2-3 minutes stuck out, right?
Yeah, well, more. It's a course.
I hope it's more than that. God damn.
But I was saying
2-pump chump.
But I'm just, thankful that I got a chance to meet you. I'm definitely I'm definitely gonna read the stories of these men and definitely inform myself more. But I'm so thankful I got a chance to talk to you, and just thank you for everything.
No, I appreciate you. Thank you for coming on to the show. And great to meet you.
Just you.
All right.
All right.
See you later. She funny. She is funny. Somebody has asked me about if they can come on and ask me a question about Christian rabbis or something. You can, even though I have a subject matter that I tend to stick with, you can come on. We can have discussions about other things as well. Even though I only got to Lot so far, but it's all right. I'm sure we'll get to the rest of them. Welcome to the live. What's your name?
Hey, what's going on? Oh, you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
What's going on? Oh, okay, yeah, Jumanji.
Jumanji. I thought that's what that was.
Yeah, what's going on, man?
How you doing?
Yeah, if anything, man, the Bible just shows you that, man, it was written by man at a certain time, because at that time, you look at what these people were doing, that was common at the time. Nobody would have frowned at that. The superstition was, if you didn't please the deity, he could bring destruction. So it would be nothing to sacrifice your kids, because it's like, the deity is more powerful. He can always give you that. So it just shows that this Bible is not really a word of an all-knowing God. It's just written for men at that time.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I agree that it is written based on the culture of the people and the culture that they thought was going on prior to them. Because, of course, the stories of Abraham and Lot and Moses and Joshua, those are written hundreds, if not 1,000 years later. None of them are written at the time of those events happening. And I'm going to say that they thought things like that had happened in the past, but yet wasn't happening at their time frame as much. Because most of the Bible is written, most of the Old Testament is written under captivity. Hell, most of the Bible itself is written under captivity. Right. So they're writing these fantastic ass stories about Abraham and all this kind of stuff. But you're right, it's based on how their culture was at that time frame. Right. So it wasn't nothing to marry your sister, your half sister. It was nothing to tell the lie that your sister, half sister is, that's just your sister, and so that you would pimp your wife out to the Pharaoh. Like that would be common to them, that kings takes those, leadership takes those privileges to have sex with anybody's wife, or they will kill you over a woman. So you're right. I agree with you.
Yeah, right. And also that, you know, even as you mentioned that point, they were under captivity, and if you read, like, why were they under captivity? Because they disobeyed. It wasn't because, you know, the people were stronger than them, they had a better military force. We here because we disobeyed. It's like we worked on the Sabbath. That's why God sent us out here, which makes no damn sense. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's stupid.
We're in captivity because the dude built an idol. So it's like, yeah, we got to write these stories to make you guys understand that if you don't obey, man, something bad gonna happen to you. It don't matter how good or bad it is, something gonna happen to the whole country.
When the truth when the truth of the matter is that you're in captivity because the Assyrians were more powerful than you. The Babylonians are more powerful than you. The Greeks, the Romans, they were more powerful than them. That's the real reason that they were under captivity. But they tell these, oh yeah, no, it's because we disobeyed God, which is bullshit.
Right.
Yeah.
You know? So right, exactly. Yeah. So, you know, when people try to, that's what, you know, Christians that sit there and try to apply this book that's written a long time ago to today, it's like, wow, man, you living your life today based on a culture that's past. And you're trying to do that, and you're shunning your family, you know what I'm saying? You're doing all these things based on something that happened a long time ago. We're not living in the past like that. You know, there's a lot of stuff that's had to do with farm life. Who own, how many Christians really own like cattle and stuff like that? What you would say, don't yoke together, you know, two different
right.
People, you know, nobody sacrifice someone's all that stuff, you know.
And you know what else? They also, this is why they play the victim mentality today, because they understand that the only way you can get people to really follow this bullshit is that you have to put them in a situation where they feel like the victim. This is how they create that obedience. So this is why Christians will run around. Oh, Christians are being victimized in Nigeria and China, and they took prayer out of school, and that's why society now got bad in America. All this victimizing of this victim claiming that they do is because they see the victim in the Bible, and that they got to be obedient.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. You know, that's a crazy way to live, man. You know, just power indoctrination, man. And, you know, control, and you know, just controlling a person's life. And after your time expired, man. If you were to look back on your life and say, how did I live my life? I lived somebody else's vision. That's sad, man. You know, we only live 70, 80 years, and you know, you can live in it based on somebody else's vision, thinking because it's gonna be a party after work. It's a waste of life, man.
Exactly. And these 7 jokers that I put up here, thank you for the gift. I don't know what that is. Oh, go. Thank you for the gift. These 7 jokers I put up here they're lauded as heroes in the Bible or righteous men in the Bible. They never tell you the whole story of these men. But if you were to read the whole story of any of these dudes, you cannot miss the fact that they committed crimes that would put them in jail forever. If you was in Texas, you get the electric chair or some juice up your arm for the shit that these people do, that these 7 guys do in the Bible. And these are some of the most prominent people in the Bible. And yet people they ignore it. They ignore the atrocities of these people and prop them up, which makes me wonder. And I want to hear your thoughts on this one, Jumanji. Which makes me wonder, is that why it's so easy for people to allow and justify the bullshit that political leaders do?
Yeah, because it's like they become a cult around that person. It's like it's like and sometimes you think, you know, I think one time you mentioned it, they think they're God appointed. You can't go against their God appointed leader.
Yep.
Go against God appointed leader, you're going against, you know, God himself.
Yep.
You know, that's what cults do. They put like a person in the middle of God.
Exactly.
You know, so it's like he can do no wrong. He's not, what do you say? He's not perfect, but he can do no wrong. That's their mentality. It's like he can do no wrong, but he's not perfect. Okay, well, I mean, you contradicting yourself, man. Your whole mindset is gone.
Yep.
Even, you know, even look at David, man. Like when I read David, you know, when I was a Christian, you know, the way they framed it, you overlook the bad and always the justification. But you know, David sent this man out to war because he wanted his wife.
Exactly.
You know, and it's like that's you know, if there is a resurrection. And say hypothetically there's a resurrection. Uriah and David's both in the same place. Uriah reads this shit that David did. What's gonna happen in that new world when Uriah find out what David did? It's about to be on and popping up there, right?
Show hell is. This man now raped my wife through coercion, and now trying to cover this shit up by killing me. I'm about to kill. And this was a loyal soldier, loyal to the T. Wouldn't even go home to his own wife. I'm saying right now, if they would have sent me home early from Desert Storm, I wouldn't have been like, no, my other Marines. Or matter of fact, I did come home early when my grandmother passed away. And you know what? I went straight after I paid respect to my grandmother. I went straight to my wife. I didn't say, well, my other Marines, they're over there in Bosnia on the ship. So I'm just gonna sit here and not see my family since they can't see their family. Bullshit.
No, man. Even people in prison, they get them conjugals, man.
Yeah. This joker was so loyal to David that he wasn't going to go home. And David and his payment for that, his repayment for that is to be murdered.
Be murdered, yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's crazy to me, man. But I appreciate you bringing me on, man. I want to ask a question too, man. It's kind of off topic, but when I was like, I used to read the book of Esther, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I always try to so coincide history. What's your thought about that? Because I could never find, like, when I looked at what's his name, Vashti and all them, and I looked up, because Xerxes supposed to be Ahasuerus, right? I'm looking at his wife, and I'm like, his wife got killed, So I'm like, what's your thought about that? How do you coincide? Is that story? Where that story? Is that like a made up story? That's something that I know it's made up, but what do you think got that from?
I mean, it's probably partially made up. The part of the Esther story that might be true is the fact of a Hebrew woman would have become one of the concubines of Xerxes when during the time frame that the Persians had taken over the Levant. And that was a common theme, that kings would take concubines take a concubine from like one of the important houses or one of the royal family of a nation that they conquered. So that's about as far a truth as that story would be, that he got a concubine. The rest of it, she may have advocated for the Jews, the Hebrews, if she was there, but the king is still gonna do whatever the hell the king want to do. But that's the only part that might be true. You're not gonna find Esther like, oh, this was Xerxes and he was with Esther. We haven't found anything that says what was the name of a Hebrew woman that they would have taken. And here's the thing, they may not have taken a Hebrew woman at all, because they had already been conquered by the Babylonians and had been conquered by the Assyrians. So the Hebrew people weren't that important or powerful within those empires at that time frame.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I was looking at that. I'm like, yeah, that's crazy, man. But yeah, man, that's crazy. Yeah. Anyway, I appreciate you bringing me on, man. Keep doing what you're doing, buddy.
No problem, man. Appreciate you. We're going to get back subject, but we got a few more off subject. We got one more off subject. McIntyre.
Yeah, what's up? Can you hear me, Coach?
Got you.
I don't have my headphones on, so hopefully everything, all the audio working fine.
Audio's fine.
All right. Well, I just really, I wanted to talk with you about this Christian Jewish rabbi. It seems like that's like an oxymoron. It don't make sense to me. My mother, she's been like lately sounding more and more like a black Hebrew Israelite. I don't know because she's still Christian though. I don't understand what she call herself doing. And the other day I went over to her house and I seen her watching some Christian Jewish rabbi, and I was like, the Jews rejected Jesus, Mom. This guy's not no rabbi. I mean, he could be a Christian, but he can't be both. And I just want to know what you think about it.
Well, when on my second trip to Israel, I did meet a group of people, and they call themselves Jews for Jesus. So these are people who practice Judaism, but they also believe in Jesus as was the Messiah. Now, they don't too much believe in the writings of Paul. They kind of stop with the Gospels because they go with the Gospels, then they go with Revelations. and they kind of ignore Paul and maybe a few other books here and there. So they are people who believe that Jesus fulfilled the prophecies of being the Messiah. And that he is the Son of God, and he will return at this end time. They use the term rabbi because Jesus was called rabbi by Judas, right? And then rabbinical Judaism started, after 70 CE. So because Jesus was called rabbi, then they utilized that term rabbi for themselves. But they also follow the fact that Jesus said that not one tittle of the law shall go away until heaven and earth passes. So they follow the Jewish law while still believing in Jesus, and that Jesus allows for them to be able to follow the law, but have atonement for when they mess up through his sacrifice. But of course, once the temple is built, they'll be able to do their own atonement sacrifices, but still believe in Jesus as well. Now, as far as the Hebrew Israelite versions of it, the Hebrew Israelites, they kind of is similar, except they not going to do the blood sacrifice. They believe you need to follow the law. They believe that Jesus was the fulfillment of the law, was a fulfillment, and that you still have to follow the law. That Jesus was a Messiah, but you still have to follow the law.
Okay. Well, two questions. One of them might involve a little backstory. I don't know if you want to get into backstory, but the first question is, how do these people fit into the society at large? I mean, are they considered heretics? Or do the other Jews call them rabbis?
No, the other Jews wouldn't call them rabbi. No, they would be considered heretic.
That's what I figured. I mean, you call yourself whatever you want, but you can't. How can you represent a group of people that's ideas contrary to that group and call yourself a part of that group? It seems like you like a blood going to telling everybody he's a Crip or something, and tell them how a Crip is. It don't seem right to me.
Yeah, it's not. Nobody would accept them.
All right, well, that's about it. I don't want to get off in the back.
What was your second one?
Question? I mean, it was like it makes sense what you said now, because considering how I was raised, we went to one of them type of churches where we didn't follow the teachings of Paul either. Coming up, but our church had a schism, and the man who created the church died, and the son took over, and they went to mainstream Christianity, and I eventually left the faith. But my mother, she's like been wandering around, and like she found this guy here, and he seemed like he's just a scam artist to me. And it's like she's just preying on my mother, and it really hurts me. So, not really a question. I guess it's just a statement.
All right. No, I understand, and I understand that you want to protect your mom. So, I mean, that's valid. The best thing you can do is provide her information to hopefully get her, especially if they scamming her or they like taking her money and stuff.
Well, I'm not entirely sure on that. I know that I seen her watching it, and I hear she went and bought the Ethiopian Bible, and that's a whole nother can of worms there.
Mm-hmm.
And she's talking about the black people are the original Hebrews and all this other crap and stuff. And when I try to provide, because like she told, we got in an argument about a month or so ago, and I told her that the New Testament was written in Greek. She told me, no, I'm a lie. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, and all this other stuff. I can't talk because I'm always gonna be that little baby to her, so I can't tell my mama anything.
Yeah. Sometimes you can't. Yeah. Like it's one of those situations where you can be telling them something over and over again, but then they can hear it from a third party, and all of a sudden it makes sense to them, and you sitting there like, I've been telling you this for years. But they can't. Oftentimes, people can't hear things from the people closest to them. Yes,
sir. Well, I appreciate what you're doing. So, and then you are, because I've been frequenting the other. It's hard to find black atheist streams, and people black atheists. Everybody, black people is always in magic and mysticism. Seem like, but I appreciate the fact that you're doing it, and you're older, and you allow other people to talk, and you're not all cussing and back and forth, and everybody having a shouting match and all this stuff. Keep doing what you're doing, folks.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, man.
All right. I might get back to the subject matter in a little bit. We're gonna see. This joke will probably bring us back to the subject matter. IG.
What's up? I'm live at the plantation today. How y'all doing?
We are all right. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Tired as hell. I can't wait to be on vacation. So the Bible teaches
Oh,
obedience
wait,
without
wait.
righteousness.
Before you go into that one,
Sure.
I know you moved. I know where you at. So I just wanted to let you know it's in the 70s, 70 degrees today. Just want to let you know that.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm just being an ass.
But we warmed up. We actually good. It's like a nice 55 degrees out here, which is
Yeah, we
not bad
70.
at all.
Yeah, we 70. Yeah.
And guess what? And when spring and summer come around, I hope you enjoy being 98 degrees and 99 degrees in March with no
There's a
humidity.
there's a pool right outside.
And with
Thank you
the
very much.
I'll keep my Georgia. I love the Georgia weather over Texas weather
Gotta
any
get my
day.
little jabs in every now and then. Okay, now back to the subject.
So the Bible teaches obedience over righteousness. Absolutely. I've heard it so many times when I was a believer that obedience is better than sacrifice.
Yes.
So ultimately, that it's for you to be more adherent to whatever the scripture and whatever the culture code is. So I think obedience, like I do agree with you, obedience doesn't have to be necessarily right or wrong. It just is. It's just forward. You're gonna do whatever thus said, whatever Lord or authority. So I definitely think that the Bible teaches to appeal over to authority more than morality.
Right.
Absolutely. The way that it's instituted, and like how you said that frustration, it kind of made me remember a thought. Like when you go back and research this stuff, I get that. I get frustrated too. But that's why, for me, I can't speak for you. That's why I keep saying it was real for me because the utility of it is real. I had a fear of dying and going to hell because I was gay, because everyone around me could treat me like I'm a demon in this life. And that's what made it affirm for me. So
Mhm.
it's not like, I would say try to give yourself some grace with that, because even with the scripture, even though I'm not deifying it, when it says it's not we that have made ourselves, you're correct. It is not we that have, if you follow this scripture and this thought process, you did not come up with that. You did not make yourself. You did not come up with this perspective. So when we were underneath that, I think about, man, how many times I was struggling in high school and middle school because I'm really having psychosis about going to hell. I'm really thinking that life is going to be bad. I'm having dreams and stuff like that of going to hell and everything like that. So there were things I couldn't focus on, even being, especially when you're black and you don't have that much and you don't come from a wealthy family. Yeah, there was so much of my mental headspace, so much of my compartmentalization that I wasted the first 23, fortunately, only the first 23 years of my life.
Yeah, and
So,
there are, how many people are struggling with mental depression because the church has told them that their lifestyle is an abomination, that they go into hell, and
uh-huh.
that the Bible says that you can stone these people. I mean, there's so much mental stress, and it's it's people who also, if you have sex before marriage, it's all these little things about obedience that people are stressing over and thinking they're going to die if they do it. I know marriages that have ended because people told them that, oh, you can only have sex in missionary, and those marriages wind up being fraught with issues, that men beating their wives, and these women are being told that they got to stay with this man because that's not a reason that you can divorce other than infidelity. Like, and then, if you're practice any kind of witchcraft, or you have you're not heterosexual, then all of a sudden you're going through depressions because you're trying to be obedient to this book instead of being a righteous person.
Uh-huh. Absolutely. And the whole thing with when I began to start deconstructing, even before I was, the last 3 years when I was in Christianity, and I got to looking at, Greco-Roman Hellenistic paganistic magic, and I said, hold on. It's the nerve of us to say that we are for any witchcraft. I said, do you realize when you engage in communion, you are exercising a symbiotic, cannibalistic blood magic ritual? I mean, think about that. How
Yep.
common is that for us? So when I croak, you heard me, I want y'all to go to Morton's for IG. This is what I want y'all to do. Just want y'all to hear how it sounds in Morton's. I'm going to translate for y'all. So when IG croak and kick the bucket, you heard me. I want y'all to go to either, if you on a budget, go ahead and go to Golden Corral's dinner so you can get your steak for 18.99. Or if you got a few more coins, go to Morton Steakhouse. Good afternoon. And I want you to order y'all steaks, medium rare or rare, blue blood, damn that. And when you bite into that filet mignon, I want you to pretend that you tearing into my black ass. And when you drink your little Monet, when you drink your Merlot and your red wine, I want you to imagine that you're drinking the tenets of my blood. Now, how is that remembrance of a loved one? Do you eat your friends when they're alive? Do you drink their blood when they're alive? Why is this something that did you do those things when we were alive? So, for me, that you can't say anything about me doing chickens, bones, divination bones, and other shit. How you can't make me feel bad or weird about any type of other practices that I practice in comparison.
You are absolutely right, because that's all it is. It is a magic ritual that you are performing. The same type of magic, but that that the Bible says that you're not supposed to do. But of course, they justify it by saying that if you're doing magic and is God Jesus magic, then it's okay. When it's outside of God Jesus magic, that's when it's problematic. But I like to remind them that according to the Bible, when Omri was fighting Mesha, the Bible says that Mesha sacrificed his son, and that is why Shamash gave them victory over the Israelites. So obviously somebody else can practice their magic and beat your magic, because they didn't do no magic Omri didn't do any magic for them. So whose magic wins? You allowing for other people's magic to work, but it's only the magic of your people that makes sense. Anybody else's magic is evil, and that's bullshit. That's bullshit. My grandmother did even though my grandmother was Christian, she did some things that they would consider to be magic, because she was mixing up some potions. And I know we never caught the flu. Oh, IG, he dropped off. We never caught the flu. That magic that my grandmother put together. We didn't have the flu in our family. Shit tastes like Vaseline, and I know it was like Vaseline, castor oil, and then some lemon and some other shit. It was thick like Vaseline. I'm pretty sure some of y'all have that experience with it. But when we look at these people, David committed adultery, right? David commits adultery, yet he's considered a man after God's own heart, right? So God's own heart is to commit adultery. But let's go back to the list. Let's go back to the list until somebody else comes up. And it's interesting. No Christian can argue any of these points. You cannot argue any of these points. Most of the time, when people think about the story of Moses, all they think about is the fact that Moses can, he floated down the river, became a son of the Pharaoh, killed an Egyptian, went away for 40 years into the desert, married the Midianite woman, came back, the great liberator and the great lawgiver. This all sounds great. It's like a great politician. But if a great politician commits a crime, do we say that, he's the liberator, so we're not going to punish him? So what crime did Moses commit? Well, when they went out and they fought against the Midianite people, which his own wife was one of those, but when they went and they fought against the Midianite people, they brought back the women and the children. What did Moses do? Now, this is after he has given them the commandments etched by the finger of God that said, thou shalt not kill. But when they bring back the Midianite, all the women, did you find this in Numbers? Moses is outraged and commands the people, the Israelites, to kill all the baby boys, kill all the women who have known a man, but the women who have not known a man you can keep for yourselves. They've already defeated these people. They won. They won the battle. But now you're executing POWs. And the only ones you don't execute is the ones that you want to put into your little sex slave trade. If an American or any other country military did this today, we would hold them as war criminals. You're killing the baby boys. This is, yes, thank you, Victor. Ethnic cleansing. You're killing all the baby boys, killing all the women who've known a man. But you want to Jeffrey Epstein, the young girls, you want to make them into your wives. And the Bible even goes further. We read it. We went over it, I think, yesterday or today or last week, where it says that if you got a POW woman and you think she look good, shave her head and you want to marry her, she's not giving consent here. You decide as a man that you want to marry her. She doesn't have a choice. This was yesterday. We talked about this. Shave her head. She's mourning for a month. Shave her nails. A month of mourning. And then you go into her and she becomes your wife. Now I want y'all to think about it. This means that they are doing this to little girls. That the little girls they're taking as wives, the 12-year-olds, the 14-year-olds, the 9-year-olds. These are the wives. These are the ones the Israelites are taking as wives, commanded by Moses. His ass should be put in jail. But Moses is so special that many believe that Moses will return in Revelations. Moses was present according to the New Testament in the Transfiguration. So it's not like the New Testament said, oh yeah, well, Moses, he ain't all that great. No. Moses reigned prominent in Christianity. So what the hell? Clearly not everything is physically explainable, so the door is wide open for immaterial realities. I hope you ain't talking about what I'm talking about, because we don't need anything other than what the words say in the book. Take all the young girls who have not known a man as your wife. And you not brought back all these POWs. Moses was vile. Let me hit the rest of these jokes. Joshua, vile. Continued on from Moses. Committed complete genocides in Jericho. Complete genocides in Ai. Went about every other city committing complete genocide, enslaving people that they didn't genocide and enslaving their neighbors. Most countries in the world have signed agreements to not participate in total war, which is to genocide entire people groups. So Joshua would certainly be at the Hague because of all the genocide that he committed within his campaigns. And then there's Elijah. I want to get all these in. I'm probably going to do a separate video later on and maybe do three, break them up and do some of these on a separate video. Elijah. Most people think about, Elijah, he made sure the oil didn't run out. He healed the little baby boy and all this other kind of stuff. But Elijah is ruthless. Elijah is a heinous type of person. We all remember the part in the Bible where it talks about how Elijah had they were doing a contest of whose God is real and who God is powerful. You had the 450 priests of Baal. They were trying to get Baal to light the fire. Baal wasn't lighting the fire. They were cutting themselves and bleeding and all that kind of stuff, praying for Baal to light the fire. Baal didn't light the fire. Now it's Elijah's turn. He had the wood soaked 3 times, put a moat around the wood, prayed 1 time, and Yahweh ignited the fire. Now, Elijah wins. You won. You've proven your God. The other God failed. Your God has been proven. You won. Now, Elijah should, this is what a moral person would do. A moral person would say, see, your God did nothing. My God, through soaked wood, did the damn thing. Should you all not, I will give you now an opportunity to worship my God. That's what a moral person would do. That's what a righteous person would do. But no, what did Elijah do? He marched their ass down to this creek and he slaughtered, he executed all 450 of them. Executed all 450. That's not a righteous person. And then when some 42 young kids were calling him Baldy, he summoned 2 bears to come and maul the shit out of those children. Now, y'all know kids ain't got no sense, especially when they teenagers. They ain't got no sense. Y'all didn't have no sense when you was a teenager. I ain't had no sense when I was a teenager. We thought everything was funny. Baldy, 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 Baldy. So in your insecurity, you summon 2 bears to maul the shit out of these children? And Elijah was supposedly there at the transfiguration. Elijah is thought to be one of the two witnesses in the end times. But when you have an opportunity to convert people, imagine today if Christians, you win a battle against a non-Christian, you win a debate against a non-Christian, and at the end of it, you assassinate that person, you execute those people. Would that be allowable? Is that in any way, shape, or form considered righteous? Hell no. And Christians believe in this. Christians, where they would preach about Elijah in church all the time. And then here comes David, who is Jesus is supposed to be in the line of David. Now we know David got all kind of fuckery going on with him. Not just the fact that he coerced Bathsheba. He the king. She didn't have a choice. None whatsoever. She had to have sex with him, so he raped her. Then he tried to cover up the rape with Uriah once he found out that she was pregnant. God didn't punish David. He punished the baby. Because David then have Uriah killed. So he committed adultery. He tried to cover up the adultery. He then committed murder. And then he raped the woman. Well, he raped the woman in the adultery. And that was all one and the same. Then he forced this woman to marry him. And then after all of that, this guy kills the baby. Kills the baby. And then, since now she got to be his wife, she gets her pregnant again. They have Solomon. And through this line of Solomon or Nathan, depending upon which version you read, whether you're reading Matthew or you're reading Luke, through Solomon or Nathan, you supposedly get to Joseph, who is the non-biological father to Jesus. Jesus is supposed to come from this line of David. And you Christians, y'all love some David. David danced himself out of his clothes. He worshiped God so hard. David only had to go get about 200 dick skins, but he went and got 2,000 dick skins in order to prove himself. You know, he liked them dick skins. They liked dick skins back then. They really did. Make a dick skin coat. But this dude, David, would go to jail, would be thrown out, would be cast out on his head if he did the shit today. And as much as people try to say, but Jesus, the foundation that Jesus stands on is the Old Testament. Without your Old Testament, you don't have Jesus. So Christians will try to separate themselves from the Old Testament by crying, Jesus, 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 Jesus. And I'm going to get to Jesus too in a minute. I ain't put him up here, but I'm going to get to Jesus. And then the last one is Japheth. Japheth is not known as well to most people, but Japheth is the dude in Judges who the Israelites are being attacked by the Amorites, and they were like, hey, we need somebody to fight for. Japheth said, Lord God, if you give me this battle, then whatever greets me that comes out of my house first, I will sacrifice to you in burnt offering. His daughter comes out as the first thing when he wins the battle. He gives her a little bit of time, but then at the end of the story, he does exactly as he had promised God. Now, did God send a ram in the bush? Did God send an angel to stop it? No, he didn't. He didn't. No. He let this girl be sacrificed. Christians try to say that, oh, no, she went and stayed in like in a nunnery type of situation. She maintained her virginity her entire life and couldn't get married. And that's what, no, that man said he did exactly as he promised he would do, which is to give this God a burnt offering or whatever first came out of his door. And that was his daughter. I don't know if he thought there was going to be some pigs or some cows or shit coming out of his front door. What the hell coming out your front door other than your family? And even Jesus would go to jail today. And we have a modern day, about a week ago example. Them Christians went inside that other Christian man church and was protesting. Don Lemon went in there and protested. And although I think it is completely wrong, Don Lemon, he got arrested, right? Jesus rolling up in the church, beating the shit out of people with whips and flipping tables. Jesus is a vandal. He vandalizing stuff. Jesus let the demons go into this man's pigs, and the pigs ran off the cliff. Jesus stole these people's property, made a poor man poorer. Jesus told his disciples to go into the town, and when you see a goat tied up, take the coat. If they ask, then say it's for the Lord. Jesus instructed his people to go steal some shit. Thou shalt not steal. But Jesus so participated in some stealing. Jesus was whooping ass with a whip, flipping tables, and they call it righteous indignation. No, it's not righteous. You roll up into a church today and you start vandalizing the church, your ass going to jail. So Jesus ain't no better. Jesus go to jail today. Look at that. Look at the Christian. Look at the Christian. Look at the Christian, y'all. Jesus didn't steal. They let him take it. That doesn't say that shit in that story at all. It says that Jesus said, if you go into the town, you see a colt tied up or a donkey, depending on which version you read, and he said, take it. He didn't say ask for it. He didn't say buy it. He said, take it. And if they ask, tell them it's for the Lord. So this is you see the brainwashing? This is the brainwashing. He didn't steal it. He didn't steal it. They let him take it. Mother, Jesus stole it. Jesus is a thief. You got a violent thief as a God, as a Messiah. Jesus is a damn thief. Then going in there. Those people legitimately had permission to be in the temple, and he in there beating the shit out of people with a whip. If he was such a nice, loving Jesus, he should have came in there and preached his way for them to leave on their own accord. Preached their way. Oh, this is not right. I know the Old Testament says that you should have money changers in here for the people who have traveled and didn't be able to bring their donkey or to be able to. But no, he pushed it. Hold on for a second, IG. Hold on. Because I like when Christians come on here and make their little stupid ass statements. Hold on. What? I wanna since they come on here. What was that Mark 21, 9 through 1 through 9? Mark 21. Let's go. Oh, Matthew. I said Mark. Did I get that wrong? Yeah, Matthew 21. Let's see what it say. Now, Matthew 21. When they had come near Jerusalem and had reached Bethphage, at the Mount of Olives, Jesus sent two disciples, saying to them, "Go into the village ahead of you, and immediately you will find a donkey tied and a colt with her. Untie them and bring them to me. If anyone says anything to you, just say this: the Lord needs them, and he will send them immediately." And this took place to fulfill what had been spoken through the prophet. Didn't say anything about somebody getting permission. Now does it? Doesn't say anything about somebody getting permission at all. No. Oh, and he's talking about, read on. The disciples went and did as Jesus had directed them, and they brought the donkey and the colt and put their cloaks on them, and he sat on them. A very large crowd spread their cloaks over the road, and others cut branches of the trees and spread them on the road. The crowds that went ahead of him that followed were shouting, "Hosanna, the Son of David." Yes, so there is absolutely nothing in here that says that, oh, whoever owned the colt on the donkey said, "Yeah, you can have my colt. You can have my donkey. You can have my colt. You can have my donkey." Y'all will lie to yourselves left and right just to try to make this shit work. Just to make it work. Oh, you need to go read another version of it. Go read another version. Another version they're different. You should only have to read one version of your Bible. You should only have to read, if that's the same damn story, you should only have to read one version of the story. What up, IG? You back? I know you dropped.
Yeah, what's happening? I was like, I thought do not disturb supposed to mean nobody can call your ass, but apparently I had the settings so where the context could still call,
Oh,
and
okay.
that knocked me off. But no, I mean, I kind of listened back to what what you continued off of. It's it's clear that this is more about alliances and allegiance than it is about anything morale, and that's where I often have to tell people or ask people that if it's something that you're following, because have a good day, sir. Is this is something that was not regulated by the state or encouraged by the state? Would you still follow that?
You are
Because
low.
that's why I said that's why I said that's why for me, when I mentioned this before, it was clear that we believe how the state this is how we did race and then how we did also marriage. When I
Mm-hmm.
saw that they overturned gay marriage, that's the reason why now I don't like to say that y'all hear me say my partner or my lover. I don't like using the term husband, even though we've been together for 16 years, because I'm saying I know that the institution of marriage, according to this guideline, is not meant for two same sexes of gender. Now, I do believe that regardless of religion, that as a tax-paying citizen, you should be able to join your Social Security and get those same benefits so far as being married. But I don't like using the term husband and wife because I know that that term was not meant for someone of the same sex. And another thing that you mentioned that I wanted to say. It was to the effect of when
To
you were
be what?
speaking. There was something else I wanted to comment on, and it just slipped my mind. I'm trying to remember it, but go ahead and if you want to respond. It was something else. It literally just slipped my mind when I was listening in. It was something. Oh God. Oh, it was something towards the law, but it's gonna come back to me probably another time, either here or there. But to the subject matter, yes, it is very clear that it is more about allegiance and alliance.
Mm-hmm.
Obedience is better than morality. And if that's the case, and I love that you did say that good and morality is always subjective. And that's why I keep reiterating to people, I said, if you have something that is being affirmed in your society, that doesn't take a faith thing. That's not hope. If even as an agnostic, I'm looking at things that are like, even though if they, are not, they're fantastical, you have to be able to show me something that's outside an institution. Because if it's not outside of institution, then what you're doing is just then deifying your human emotions and philosophies.
Mm-hmm.
And that's my philosophy. I don't deify human emotion. I don't deify science either. I'm realistic enough to know that, yes, some of the things that I take as credited as science, I don't have the resources, nor the material, nor the environment to conduct that experiment for myself to see if it does exist. But the difference between science and religion is that science is saying this is a theory. I don't know, only up to this point. Religion is saying this is assured and affirmed. Two
Right.
different statements. So, and scientists are not asking you to worship them as deity or take their findings as deity. That's two different things. So I don't deify any form of humanity, even when it comes to science. I appreciate the creations of what we do as humans, but I'm never going to worship another humanoid for whatever we create. It's too much. It's above our pay grade.
No,
It's
I
above our
understand
pay
it.
grade.
I
Yeah, it's
understand
above
it.
our pay grade. Yeah, it's above our pay grade. And I'm not saying there's some magic fucking guy in the sky just because I say it's above our pay grade. So with that being said, I'm at the plantation right now. I just want to come back in and close out because I had got caught off. I do appreciate what you're doing. And yes, that frustration, I feel you, coach. I'll be looking back at some of this shit and I'm like, I wish that 23, 27, 28 years, I said things, I did things, I planned things. I have a wonderful partner that I was still, when I was deconstructing, I'm so glad he deconstructed. This is a very good partner, very good lover. I'm sitting here trying to think of ways, well, we don't need to have sex if we're gonna be together or that us loving and being a good couple, that might not be the will of this sky daddy husband, which I'm gonna shut up. And that's a weird thing too. Y'all want to talk about same gender loving people? Do you understand that your religion puts you, and I'm talking about you men too, are you ready to do back shots for Jesus? Because you do know that he speaks of your spirit as a wife. So we all are bottom bitches to Jesus. Are you? We all bottom bitches. You know what I'm saying? I'm a verse top myself. If you're gay, you know what I'm talking about. But see, Jesus don't give you an option for that. He's saying we all gonna be his bottom, Jesus. So how is he your father and this is why the spirit of so much sexual degeneration with children exists. You think that your spiritual guidance is your husband, he's your husband daddy, he's your husband father. And on that note, I'm gonna let you go.
All right. That's right. All you men are marrying Jesus. Y'all are the brides. And the brides are women. But yet you mad at gay people. You mad at gay men. And for the sake of a question that was mentioned earlier, all you have to do is go to John 2, verse 15, my guy. Well, you can start at 13. The Passover of the Jews was near, and Jesus went up to Jerusalem. In the temple, he found people selling cattle, sheep, and doves, and the money changers seated at their tables, which is what the Old Testament allows for them to do. Making a whip of cords, he drove all of them out of the temple with the sheep and the cattle. He also poured out the coins of the money changers and overturned their tables. Jesus had that whip that he had made, and he with cords, and he beat the shit out of everybody to get the fuck out of his daddy's house, as he was claiming. So, yeah, y'all need to go read y'all Bible. Y'all be making y'all little claims. Oh, that's not in there. You ain't understand that. Words mean words, and the words mean that Jesus came in there like a thug with a whip and beating the shit out of people. Now, Don Lemon got arrested for being a journalist. That's wrong. If John Lemon had got arrested because he went inside that church in Minnesota and started whipping the shit out people, his ass should be in jail if he did that. So Jesus should be in jail. And so for Jesus is non-violent bullshit, Jesus got some violence. According to your own Bible, Jesus has his own levels of violence. Y'all like to focus on the, oh, come and take me, and Peter, why you pull out your sword? Jesus had armed security. If Jesus was walking around today, he'd have people who have guns. He'd have security with guns. Look at it. He over here talking about some symbolic interpretations of principles to fit your misinterpretations. No, if a story says that he has some cord, he made cords and whips and beat the shit out of people, then that's what he did. See, they like to make symbolic what they know don't fit into their morality. If it doesn't fit into their morality or their image of what God or Jesus is, then he symbolically whipped them. You know, because you remember, because it was symbolic when he said that his tongue is like a sword. See, he was being symbolic. Then he was being symbolic because you know it by the words that are around it. In John 2, his ass is being literal. It is not symbolic based on the words around it. It's called critical thinking, sir. You might want to try some of it. I swear, Christians will make up anything they can in order to justify this Bible, to justify Japheth, to justify David, Elijah, Joshua, Moses, Lot, Abraham, and shit. I could have added some more people on here. Like I don't like Jacob. Jacob sucks too, little thieving bastard. And Jacob practiced magic. Like it goes on. It could have added Noah on here. How you gonna curse the grandson for what the son did? Some bullshit. I didn't say Jesus cut his ear. I said Peter cut off the ear. Do y'all? That's what I said. That's the words that came. The words did come out my mouth, and I said Peter cut off the ear. And y'all like to think about Jesus like, oh no, let me cover that up and fix it. Pay attention. Pay attention. Oh. But here's what's funny. The Christians jump on here, and none of them can defend any of the people who are listed on here. You cannot defend any of those people that are listed on here. You cannot defend the actions of any of the people who are listed on here. All right? They come on here, and even when they try to bring up somebody else, Jesus, you cannot actually defend Jesus either. You can't defend Jesus. You can't defend Jesus whipping them people with a chain with that whip. You can't defend Jesus flipping them tables. You cannot in which the Old Testament says that they can bring those things into the temple because they are bringing them there. Because so once Jerusalem becomes the center point of all work, of all sacrifice and worship, then at Passover, if you bring in your animals, but if you don't have the money, you bring in your animals, you exchange the animals for the money, and then you can pay for your Passover stuff. That's in your Old Testament for what you can do. Ordained by your God. Jesus come in and beat the shit out of the people and kick everybody out. Now you can say, well, the church had became a business, and so this shit is a business today. Church has always been a business. Religion has been a business since religion started. What do people say? Religion started when the first person who separated a fool from his money. Boy, I tell you, they will make up anything they can. Jesus has no defense. If Jesus walked around the earth today, he came into America, he went into somebody's church with a whip, beating the shit out of people, Jesus going to jail. Jesus, that was a poor pig farmer. The pig farmer was one of the lowest caste people in society. The poor little pig farmer's pigs got ran off a cliff because Jesus made a deal with some demons. He cherished the demons and their wishes over this poor pig farmer who's now poorer because now he doesn't even have the pigs that he can sell to the Romans and the other people who eat pigs. So Jesus allowed for demons to run off and this man lose his property. Oh, thieving ass Jesus, but I shouldn't be surprised because he's the same one who went and stole a donkey and a colt. Depending upon which version you read, it's either a donkey or a colt or it's both. He's the same one that went and stole the donkey and a colt. Well, he told his dude to. He's the mastermind of the donkey colt theft. There's a new movie coming out, 2026. The Jerusalem heist. Passover heist. Jesus steals a donkey and a coat. Coming to theaters near you. Al. I clicked on it for Al to come up. Why isn't Al up? Oh, he's spinning. He's spinning right now. Jesus told the asses to steal an ass. Yep. I'll get you in a minute, Mateo. Let me talk to Al. Then I got you, Mateo, coming up. Al, what's up,
Coach? What's happening, Coach?
You, sir.
I was gonna say, hell, all the same can be said in the Satanic Bible. All the same can be said in the Satanic religion too. It's gonna be Satan's bitch anyway too. Either way it go.
You know, I haven't read that in like 30 years. So
the Satanic Bible by Anton LaVey.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yes, it's a good book. I've encouraged people to read it. I said the book holds some truth, you know, opposed to the Christian Bible, which doesn't have any truth in it at all. So I had read in the Satanic Bible where Anton LaVey was breaking down how you got these Christian men, these church-going men or people or whatever, and they go to these clubs and stuff and all that, you know, lusting upon women, and then the next thing you know, they back in church again, praying to this God and all that. And then he said something that made so much sense that really more so, you know, and really strengthened my deconstruction at the time. And this was like, about a good 9-10 years ago. And but I don't claim Satanism. I don't claim to be a Satanist or anything like that, but I read the book because it's inspirational. It's, you know, it inspired me. So, and even though a lot of Christians would call that blasphemy and would disagree with that wholeheartedly, you know, but you know, it is what it is, you know. So, and I was reading your title, "The Bible Teaches Obedience Over Righteousness." I really don't see anything righteous about the Bible at all.
It's not. And that obedience is being taught so that you will be obedient to the church leaders and to the government. That you will allow them so that when they commit these same atrocities, you don't say shit about it. You agree with them. You can look back in your Bible and say, oh, this president is acting like David. This president is acting like Joshua. So since God told Joshua that he can go and genocide these people, then it's okay for my president to genocide these people. You know, when we So let me be clear on this one. When we went to Rwanda but didn't go to Rwanda,
Mm-hmm.
in the refugee camps that I was in, there were hold on. Oh, they're doing construction outside.
You good over there?
It sounded inside.
Oh.
But I got my windows all up in the house so that the smoke will go out the house. But I got
Oh, okay.
air purifier that I run after. Yeah, that sounded a little too damn close. But anyway,
Yeah.
PTSD started kicking in a little bit. But
Yep.
what's up? So,
Yep.
one of the things that discussed that, and I was still a Christian at the time, but I was leaning, I was on my direction out. But one of the things that when I got a chance to talk to one of the Hutus, they claimed that the genocide that they were doing to the Tutsis is supported by God because they were Christian.
Yeah.
That just like Joshua was told to genocide the people, they had to genocide and get rid of all the Tutsis out of Rwanda. And I had some Tutsis who were fighting, who were saying that they have the right to genocide the Hutus, even though they were the ones getting their ass whooped, right? So these people today, this was in what, 94? Yeah, 94, 95?
Yeah, after I was born, 93. Yep.
These people today, well, when I went there it was 94. These people today still think and justify I can genocide people because Joshua was able to genocide people.
That's crazy.
And they'll use Elijah. Oh, Elijah killed the 450 priests. We can kill all the imams. We can kill all the imams. There's a dude on YouTube talking about some, I hope a Muslim come up to me and if I can kill him, and hopefully I'll get it on tape and I can blast his head off. Yeah.
Wow.
His ass wound up getting mobbed by the people in Minnesota, and then a stupid ass black man saved his life. I'll let that fucker go. Hey, you spoke.
Right.
That's your own. You got to deal with your own consequences.
Exactly.
So
yeah,
they and people will follow that. People will justify these leaders doing the dumbest and most heinous thing because you got people like that list over there, and they can justify it through that list.
Exactly. Now, you didn't have the link put up the other day when you was talking about free will. Did God create free will?
Yes, I did.
You did? Oh, well, I must have didn't. I didn't see it.
Sometimes you just gotta scroll up.
Yeah. Well, I did that. I didn't see it.
I put it up there like 6 times.
Oh well, I must have came in. The live must have been over when I came in there. Yeah, that's probably what it was. But my response to that is that God did not create free will, and free will was inserted by man into the Bible. And the reason I say that is because we see it all throughout the Bible that nobody has free will. So, and because you have this one part in the Bible where God was telling the Israelites, like, hey, choose life rather than death and all that. So simultaneously, you're telling me that I have a choice to do what I want, but simultaneously you want me to choose life instead of death, so I can be rewarded, and so I can, and all that stuff, right? All that good shit, right? So I'm like, well, if that's the case, what if I want to choose death? You see what I'm saying? Yeah. What if I want to, choose this way of living? So simultaneously, you still want to dictate the way I want to live my life. So as opposed, and as opposed to the Satanic Bible, as I was saying earlier, in the Satanic Bible, it tells you do whatever the fuck you want to do. You see what I'm saying? So, even though becoming your own God, being your own God.
Now, doesn't it tell you do what? Wait, doesn't it tell you do whatever you want to do as long as it doesn't harm another person?
Exactly.
That's it.
Exactly.
Yeah. You got to be clear on that. As long as it doesn't harm anybody else or prevents them from being able to do what they want to do.
Exactly.
So there is
and I was telling somebody that, and I was like, Jesus in the Bible was telling them in Luke that the kingdom of heaven, is within, it's neither here or there. And I said, well, hell, I'll take it a step further. Jesus was a Satanist, because if finding God, within the kingdom of heaven within, all the time, I'm the God that I'm looking for. That's what the Satanic Bible says.
Right.
So, and I'm like, and boy, was I vehemently attacked on Facebook, Instagram, all that. And I'm like, I'm only presenting the truth. I'm only stating the truth. So you might scroll through there and see it on my Facebook page. When I was like, I'm only stating the truth. I'm like, your man Jesus was a Satanist too. That's why I got on here instead. Hell, you gonna be Satan's bitch anyway too. Either way it go. So I'm like,
No, I'm with you. I mean, if the kingdom of heaven is inside of you, the kingdom of God, and that they will say that that's the Holy Spirit and all this other kind of bullshit. But the truth of it is that heaven and hell is inside of you.
Heaven and hell, state of mind.
You get to choose it. No one else does but you. But when you got somebody giving you some ultimatum, then that is not free will. That's an ultimatum. Why can't my choice, if you really wanted to give me choices, love me, go with me. Don't love me and just cease to exist. I'll take cease to exist. But when you give me a torment that a person, most people are not going to run towards the torment, then it doesn't create a free will choice. Now it's like, oh shit, I gotta love you if I want to avoid this torment.
Exactly.
Why can't I just go and create my own universe or live in my own universe or just exist as conscious energy? Like, who are you to determine what I get to do and be after I live this life, especially if I never met your ass?
Exactly.
Especially if I grew up with the Sentinel on North Sentinel Island, I don't know Jesus. I ain't never heard of Jesus. I don't know Muhammad. I don't know none of these motherfuckers.
So why are you bothering me? Right.
So who are you to have authority over me? And I ain't never heard of you.
Never even heard of you.
You ain't never came to my house. You know what I'm saying? That's like there's some person out there. I don't know them. I've never heard of them. But they're saying right now that if Renz don't wake up every morning at 7 a.m, then he's gonna have to be impoverished. Can I first meet you to find out that I gotta wake up at 7 to not be impoverished? Can you let a brother know? But instead,
I mean,
what the fuck going on? That's bullshit.
It's some scandalous shit. Like, so you're getting punished, you're suffering and all that because of what was destined for this group of people over here. So now the whole world has to suffer for it because they don't know who you are. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense at all. Nope. So in this Abrahamic faith, both Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, they all teach the same narrative that, Allah and Yahweh and Jehovah, created the whole world and all that. And they have these set group of people, chosen group of people, if I'm using, lack of a better word, and then they have these rules and regulations that they have to follow in commandments and stuff too. But the whole rest of the world goes to hell because they never knew you and all that. So I'm like, no, that just doesn't work.
And then when you prop it up that these jokers over here, Abraham, Lot, Moses, Joshua, Elijah, David, Japheth, these are the people that this guy uplifts. You see, and I think it's in 2 Peter when it talks about the judges who are in the Faith Hall of Fame. Japheth is named as one of those judges who's in the Faith Hall of Fame. This man committed child sacrifice of his own daughter based on a promise he made to you that if you deliver these people into my hands, I will sacrifice the first thing that comes out my door. This guy didn't say, oh, I'm gonna send you a ram in the bush instead, or no, don't do that. He let you sacrifice your daughter. And you're saying he is in the Faith Hall of Fame. I don't want to be with a God who says that that's a good person or any of these people are good people. If that's your criteria, and if that's the criteria, I'm messing up. I should be out here genociding and sacrificing.
Yep.
And people who don't agree with me, I should be out here killing them. I should be doing all that shit because obviously that's what I should be coming and taking some of y'all in the comment. I should be coming and taking your wives and then killing you and take your wife and then pimp my wife out to get some money and some stuff and have slaves and then have a whip and beat the shit out of people who try to come.
God damn, that's what I'm saying, man. I'm like, this God is both the devil and God combined. I'm like, what is going on? I'm like,
and tell them all that God said so. God has commanded.
God says so, man. Right. And I'm like, when you read the book of Isaiah, man, where he said he created the light, the darkness, he kill and make alive, it just makes more sense. I'm like, man, you was both the devil and God at the same time. I'm like, what, bro?
Oh, man. Same thing on the same pole. That's all. It's
exactly. That's all. But yeah, I ain't gonna keep you long, Coach. But that's why I wanted to throw my 2 cents in on that.
Appreciate you, Al.
All right, later.
Later. Let me get Mateo if he's still there. Oh shit, Mateo, he left. My bad, Mateo. I'll get you next time if you pop up. Do you believe in God? Hell no, if you're talking to me. Leedy, nah, absolutely not. Absolutely not. So see, this is why they want you to be obedient. And then trust me, the church wants you to have this obedience. This is why they don't tell you the whole story. They never tell you the whole story of these people. And when they do tell you parts of it, they try to frame it in love and obedience. Abraham was so obedient to God that he was willing to sacrifice his own son, but God had a ram in the bush. You know. So, and God got a ram in the bush for you, but you got to be able to sacrifice. You got to be able to give an uncommon tithe. You give your 10% normally, but give an uncommon tithe. And when you give that uncommon tithe, God got a ram in the bush for you. That's the bullshit they run on y'all, on the Christians. Not y'all, because most of y'all have walked away from it. But that's the bullshit they run on. See, Joshua had to get rid of all the people because God said that if you allow for those people to live, they may influence you to worship their gods. So that's why you got to separate yourself. You got to separate yourself from the believers of other religions. Separate yourself from non-believers, because that's why Joshua had to genocide all those people. So you got to separate yourself. That's how you create a cult. That's called controlling. You know, in that relationship, when the person try to get you to not be around your family no more, not be around your friends anymore, not being around any of your coworkers anymore, and they want to isolate you, that's called cults. That's an occult. That's called control. Federal. Hello? I know your time be short.
Can you hear me?
Okay, got you now. Yeah.
Hey, I'm trying to understand the topic.
Well, the topic is based on these people who should be in prison. The stories teach you that you should be obedient.
They should be in prison.
You should be obedient over doing the right thing.
They should be in prison. Is that objectively true?
Oh, I said that in the beginning. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be objective no matter what. And that is why people believe that these people are of high morality. And
you told me yesterday morality was subjective.
Yeah, no, it is subjective.
So I think objectively true that they
should go to prison if morality is subject.
So in our world today, for the things that those people did, they would all go to prison. Is that not true?
Sure.
Yeah. So in our world
I'm not
today,
disputing that.
yeah, in most countries,
If you
these are
commit a
all
crime,
these
you go to prison.
if you what?
If you commit a crime, you should go to prison or whatever the punishment
Right.
should be.
And all these people committed crimes in our world today, but they are held up as being righteous men. Doing they did the right thing by being obedient, and it's not really their righteousness that's held up. In most sermons that deal with any of these people, the talk is about them being obedient to God.
Yeah, the Bible doesn't teach that they were righteous in and of themselves. The Bible teaches that they were righteous because they had the imputed righteousness of Jesus Christ. That's what the Bible teaches.
Well, no, they didn't have. How can they have Jesus Christ? And all these people are Old Testament. Jesus Christ wasn't that. He wasn't around back then.
Have
They
you read
don't know.
Romans? Paul quotes in Romans 4, righteousness was imputed to Abraham. That's what Paul said. And that's what it says in Genesis 15 as well. Paul quotes Genesis 15 in Romans 4.
It wasn't through Jesus.
Yes, it had to be. That's what the Bible teaches. Salvation
Well,
only comes through Jesus. That's what the Bible
Okay, Jesus
denied.
wasn't around
Bible
during the
actually.
time frame. Jesus wasn't around during the time frame of Abraham, and just because Paul is stating this retroactively doesn't make it true.
That's fine, but I get what you're saying. But in Hebrews 9:15 says that the Old Testament saints were saved by.
And you said Old Testament saints were saved, I think.
Hebrews chapter 9 clearly states. I mean, that's what it teaches. You can deny it, but because are you doing the internal critique?
I don't deny that. You keep breaking up, but I don't deny that the Hebrews, like Hebrews says that Lot was righteous. Second Peter says that Japheth was righteous. That don't
How were
mean
they righteous?
It don't mean, okay, them being righteous, being said thousands of years later, means absolutely nothing when they did not do what I and most people in the world today would consider the right thing to do. The right thing is not to sacrifice your daughter.
Right. That's not what made them righteous according to the Bible.
I don't care.
What
That's the part.
are you if you're going to do an internal? Well, you're doing this out of bad faith. That's if you don't care, then you're saying the Bible teaches this, and then you're saying you don't care what it says. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't care that they would say, okay, what is the part that you said? Hebrew what? Let's go to it.
Hebrews 9:15 said Christ saved the Old Testament saints, all those who were under the old covenant or Old Testament.
Hebrews 9 and what?
15. If I got it memorized correctly.
I don't know. I don't memorize most of it. For this reason, he is the mediator of the new covenant, so that those who are called may receive the promised eternal inheritance, because a death has occurred that redeemed them from the transgressions under the first covenant. That's what you're talking about?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
and even in Romans 4.
So here's the thing about why this doesn't matter in my thought process. We're saying that Jesus' death redeemed those who had transgressed under the first covenant. So those who had made a mistake under the first covenant, this Jesus redeems them, right?
No, it wasn't a mistake. They willfully did whatever they did.
No, it says the transgressions. That's what transgressions mean. You violated the law. You went against God.
Oh, You used the word mistake, and I'm saying they willfully did it. It wasn't a mistake.
Yeah, well, okay. So they violated the law. They went against God, right? That's what transgressions mean.
Sure.
Right. In these stories, Abraham didn't go against God. God told him to go sacrifice your son.
No. Abraham did go against God.
When he was sacrificing Isaac, no, he didn't. God told him to sacrifice Isaac. He built a pyre. He took Isaac up there.
Not in that instance. He went outside of his marriage. Yeah, he went outside of his wife. He didn't trust in God's promises at first, and then he went to Hagar, right? He rebelled against.
You're talking about stuff that I ain't talking about. We was talking about how he was going to sacrifice his son because God told him to sacrifice his son. So therefore, Abraham sacrificing his son was God approved.
Yep.
So he wasn't transgressing anything.
In that instance, no.
That's the instance that we're talking about here.
Okay.
And so when Abraham was willing to sacrifice his son, just as people today claim that God told them to kill their children, like this lady did this past summer, right? She's in jail because she killed her son and her husband and attempted to kill her teenage children. She's in jail because we don't buy that. We don't accept nor buy that bullshit today.
What's wrong with killing your children?
Abraham is propped up as if he's a righteous man because he was willing to do what we put people in jail today.
No, that's not what the Bible teaches. Why he's righteous? I'm telling you, the only righteousness that a sinner has in the Bible, according to the scriptures, is the imputed righteousness of Christ. I mean, David talks about the man who who their sins is not imputed to them. Abraham was not righteous in and of himself.
We're not talking about the same thing.
Yeah, I know we're not. I think our definitions are different. But what I'm saying is the Bible is
even a definition. You're talking about something different than what I'm talking about today. What I'm talking about is the fact that everything that these men did were considered to be righteous through their obedience to this God. And in today's world, if anybody attempted the same things that these people did, we send them to prison.
Okay.
That's the whole point. It has nothing to do with the other things that they did. This is why, you probably weren't here when I first started. When I first started, one of the things that I said was, it doesn't matter if federal, you could be a great father, you could have saved people's lives, you could feed the homeless, you could do all these wonderful things. But if you do something that if you do some of the things that these guys did that we talked about, you would go to jail. You're probably a good guy. You had this one time that you did this though. Your ass is going to jail.
Right. Yep.
So it's obedience. So and the thing about it that makes these things more heinous is because they did these things and it's taught in the churches that they were obedient to God. So the churches are teaching obedience over what we consider the right thing to do or not to do.
Is the right thing to do in your worldview, is that objectively right or is it subjective?
Okay. You know,
is it your opinion?
You know, we cool, right?
I don't got a problem. I love talking to you, brother.
But for the last time, every morality is subjective.
Is what you said objectively true or subjectively? What you just said right now.
It is, even though our laws prohibit you from sacrificing your child, and that is an objective truth in our laws, it is subjective as to whether or not you will go to prison. Because some people didn't go to prison for doing some of the shit that these people did. But objectively,
I think you might be confused.
No, objectively, when I was in the Marine Corps, objectively, if I genocide people, I'm in violation of the Geneva Convention and maritime law and military law, U.S. military law. So objectively, I'm in violation. If a good lawyer, if I got a good lawyer, I may not go to prison for it though. So it's subjective as to whether or not I go to prison. But it's objectively against the law for me to genocide people. So
I think there may be some confusion. Let me give it like maybe an easier. Sorry, I'm not trying to cut you off.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna use the same example we used yesterday. Is it objectively true? Has it always been true that essaying your child is wrong?
No.
At one point was it right?
Some society must have thought it was right.
So society dictates morality.
Yes.
So slavery was okay.
According to the Bible, yeah.
No, not that.
And according to most societies, prior to the 1888, slavery was okay.
That's chattel slavery. If you want to talk about biblical slavery, that's a different conversation. But so are you saying chattel slavery was okay?
Whoa, chattel slavery is authorized in the Bible.
No, kidnapping, you cannot kidnap a man. That's prohibited.
Not chattel slavery. That's not chattel slavery. That's not the definition of chattel slavery.
What's chattel slavery?
Chattel slavery is owning someone's property and being able to pass them down to as an inheritance as property. That's chattel slavery.
So how do you obtain them in chattel slavery?
You can buy them.
How do you? It's going to go in a circle, but how do you get them?
You can buy them. You can.
Where did the buyer? Where did the seller get them?
By whatever means whatever other society determine how a person becomes a slave. Some through being a POW, some because they were born into slavery. They were born from a slave mother and father, or a slave mother, and the child is born automatically into slavery. Chattel slavery just simply means a person who is owned for their entire life as property. That's what chattel slavery is.
They were kidnapped, right?
The methodologies don't matter for the definition of chattel slavery.
So the transatlantic slave trade, how were they acquired? How were those slaves acquired?
Some through purchase, some through conquest, some through kidnapping. All three.
The people who are selling the slaves, how did they obtain them? It goes back to kidnapping.
Are you listening? I just told you. Some through purchase, some through POWs, through conquest, and some were through kidnapping. Those were the primary ways that slaves for the transatlantic slave trade came into slavery. And then, and let me add the last one, some through birth. If you was born from a slave, then you are automatically a slave.
Yeah, and you saying that was okay?
According to the Bible, in most societies, yeah.
Okay.
Different societies had different variations, but chattel slavery is to own someone as property for their life.
And you're saying that's morally okay? That's what I'm saying. I mean, is that what you're saying?
It's not for me, but there are for other people at different time frames. It was, and still is to some people.
Okay. So what
Leviticus 25, 44 through 46 is chattel slavery, which is different from the other types of slavery that the Bible talks about.
What was the reference?
What was the what?
The reference, the biblical reference?
Leviticus 25, 44 through 46.
Okay, I'll look at it later. I'm not able to pull up anything right now.
So this is the confusion, it's confusion. This is the confusion that most people have learned about slavery in the Bible, that a lot of churches, a lot of pastors misconstrue. So, like I said, Leviticus 44 says that as for your male and female slaves whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire them, male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you, who have been born into your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves, but as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. Now, what most people try to say the transatlantic slave trade is that they don't read Leviticus 44, right?
There's no 44th chapter in Leviticus.
No, Leviticus 25. They don't read verse 44. What I say is they don't read verse 44. What they do is they read verse 35, I believe, and this is, wait a minute, hold on. Is it 35? No, 39, I think. They look at verse 39 and they try to say, well, this is the type of slavery that God allows, and it's not true slavery. It says, if any who are dependent on you and become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as a hired bond laborer. They shall serve you until the year of the Jubilee. Then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority and shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property. For they
That's
are
not chattel slavery.
Exactly, it's not. But listen to this last part.
Okay.
For they are my servants whom I brought out of the land of Egypt, and they shall not be sold as slaves. They shall not be sold as slaves as are sold. So this is when it's talking about Hebrew to Hebrew. And so the difference is when it's Hebrew to Hebrew or tribe of like tribe, then you don't sell them into slavery. Those are bond servants. Those you let go free in the year of Jubilee, which depending upon which version, what you're reading, it could be year 7 or year 50. But generally is year 7. But that's servant, that's tribe to tribe. When it's a foreign tribe, those are the ones that can be brought into chattel slavery, which is what 44 through 46 explains. And so in the transatlantic slave trade, when the Portuguese and the Spanish first started that slave trade at the behest of Pope Nicholas V, the Europeans did not consider the Africans as the same tribe. They were considered foreign nations. So therefore, that's why Pope Nicholas V in his Dum Diversa wrote that you can make them into slaves for life as property. But when it came to the British towards the Irish, they were considered to be of the same tribe because this is when white and black, this is when race was invented. They then considered them the same tribe. So that's why in the American histories, you see that those people came to America as indentured servants. But in today's churches, they try to teach that the enslavement of black people was wrong because they try to say that we were that we weren't foreigners, that we should have been not considered foreigners. So they should have done the indentured servitude. But that's not what the Bible says. Still there? Oh, your phone is muted. Your mic, I can't unmute your mic. Oh, I got to find out where Federal's at, because Federal be his you know, he out there where he ain't got that good signal. And yes, Mateo, we were the other non-white people weren't considered fully human either. So that also allowed for them to think that they could treat them as property, treat my ancestors as property. And what's interesting, if you go before 1492, even though Dumb Diversal was written after 1492, but if you go before 1492, because Dumb Diversal was written in the 1500s, early 1500s, I think like 1534 or something like that. And that's when slave identities race identity became a marker instead of tribal identities. You go before that, the British held the Scottish held the Irish, and they held them as property slaves because they looked at the tribe. We are different tribes. So they were able to hold them as property slaves for their entire lives. And there's actually a way that you can make someone who is of your tribe a property slave as well, a chattel slave, according to the Bible. Jumanji, you back?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what I want to say, man. He just did the whole Christian spiel, man. See, this is what they do. In their view, righteousness is not based on anything you do, it's based on your faith.
Yeah.
Because no human is righteous. So this is like the sales pitch that Christians use. And a lot of time when people are converted to Christianity, not born in, but converted, it's always doing a bad time in their life. They lost somebody, they're feeling guilty or something. And the sales pitch is when you get out to the downtrodden, it's just come join us, Jesus. So it creates a dependency on another object outside themselves. They keeps them in there, but he just did that whole sales pitch. Like, righteousness is based on faith and all this stuff, not what you do. Well, if that's the case, then all them slave masters that beat and did all these things, they up there too, because a lot of them were Christians. A lot of them claim to be Christian and believe in Jesus.
And then here's the thing. It says that Job was righteous, Noah was righteous, Japheth was righteous, Abraham was right. It says that these people were considered to be righteous people. So in their right, and that's on the end.
Faith. It wasn't really. It was a faith in being. It wasn't so much as anything they did that was benevolent to other people. It was always based on their obedience and their faith in the promise.
Right.
That's how the Christians spin it.
And that obedience is what Abraham was doing when he was sacrificing his child, to which your ass go to jail today for.
Yeah, right. So that's great. But he did that whole Christian spiel. Well, what is righteousness? You're gonna redefine it, man. We know what righteousness is, man. Like, if I came and slapped you, I'm not righteous, man. But if God told me to do it, and I did it because I got a promise, and I'm righteous.
Yeah. If you believe in God and you do something, then you're righteous. If you don't believe in God and you do something, then you're evil. That's it's a coping mechanism in order to maintain your belief in this religion. Right. And in that way, you can maintain your belief, accept all these heinous ass things that these people did, and not count it against them or this God, and be able to still say that they were righteous. Even you yourself can be righteous, so that because you're right with God, because you obey this God, you are obedient, which is my point that I was trying to get across to him. When I talk about obedience over righteousness, I'm comparing these people were obedient to this God, and they did things that we would not consider right today. And that's the point. And I think that point got lost in the thought process.
Right. Yeah, because when you're speaking to them, they have a different it's a different language. Words are different too. It's like righteousness is different when it comes to what we're talking about and what they're talking about. Their righteousness is based on something totally different, compared to righteous or sin and crime. It's like there's differentiate those two.
Right.
But yeah, I'm just listening. I'm like, yes, that's that whole little Christian pitch, man, that sales pitch. Man, you get out to, nobody's going right. We all bad. We all damn driving the filth of the earth, but we can be washed clean.
Yep.
Blood of the Lamb, no matter what you did.
I used to be one of those people who used to say that. Yep. When I was a deacon of the church, I used to say that myself. Appreciate you. All right. Appreciate you. I'm coming to you guys in a minute. And got Matea. Matea.
I got physics, so I had to leave and come back. But no, sorry, I'm sitting here, Marco.
I don't understand nothing you saying.
I know. That's why I said sorry. I'm munching. Let me stop munching before I start talking. With you, brother, I have a lot of respect and kind adoration for you. I found that very interesting what you said earlier about this is kind of kicking back to older conversation, but the donkey thing,
Uh-huh.
The whole time that I was in church, I even remember as an adolescent, and maybe when I tried to go when I was older, I say try because it wouldn't stick, if that makes sense.
No, it does.
And I'm hopefully clearly a former Christian, not anymore. But it was always framed like that. Like he was the donkey was being borrowed without permission, is how I would term that.
Yes, it's called stealing.
Not stolen, but borrowed without permission, the intent to return.
Yeah. That's still called stealing.
And that means stolen. There's
right.
No other definition. You can't, you can try, but it doesn't really work to frame it.
Mm-mm.
But I just find it interesting because that's, I think it's probably one of I haven't heard that very much in a lot of these deconstruction lives about just that specifically about the donkey. So I found that very interesting. And I just want to say for any negative naysayers, like this guy does not need me to defend him. But especially you white men out there, we need, there's no way I can say this without humility. We need strong Black role models, that are standing up and saying these things. Because, we thought for so long that there's ways to justify it. And there's not. You just can't justify these things and call it righteousness based on consensus and so on. So I applaud you, brother, for what you're doing.
Thank you.
Because it's just so needed in this time. And I don't know how exactly you said it earlier too, but that really struck me too, because I have a hard time explaining to my older brother that look at you got to stop saying oh, those were just bad people.
Right.
Look, the stuff is in the text. It happened because they followed and did exactly what it says. He said he came with a sword. He said he came to set the father against the son and the mother against the daughter. Paul said, hey, if your master or your owner basically is a Christian, how much more you can serve him. So it's right there in the text. We got to stop making excuses for a particular, I'm not saying white people, I'm saying like atrocities in general. We can't make the excuse that, oh, these were just bad people. It's there in the religious text. It's pushed subliminally, and then it's justified, just like you said. Oh well, I wouldn't have done this, but because God commanded it, then suddenly it's okay.
Right. Exactly. And that's their whole basis for righteousness. If God says so, then it's righteous, and that's bullshit. Because it does not, what the 17th century philosopher Spinoza was talking about, that I just discovered him last night, is the fact that what righteousness should be based on what helps humanity, not what some God said. and then you go do it, and it's destructive towards humanity. So that should not be considered righteousness. But their righteousness is just based on their faith. If you believe in this God, then you have the righteousness to do all these heinous things, even though the society may see it as criminal. Yet society will put your ass in jail in today's world for doing some of this bullshit that they do. And definitely the things that these people on this list did. But I appreciate you.
Yeah. That was a few thoughts I had. And props to you, brother, for what you're doing, and keep it up. People really need it.
Thank you. I certainly will. Appreciate it. Yes, and Moni, thank you for coming back. Moni says she ain't seen me. Where'd Moni go? I'm gonna get to you. I'm coming to you. I am and Trevor. Moni says she ain't seen me since I used to be with Kevin Wesley. Nice. I have made thousands of videos since Kevin Wesley and have been doing lives. But thank you for the thing. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. What's your name, brother?
Just the I am, or
Yeah.
AKA the American Indians.
Okay, I'm not calling you. I don't call anybody the I am. So.
All right, well, call me the American Indians then.
Sure. Yeah. All right. What you got on the subject?
What's going on, man? You know what? I gotta say, I gotta correct myself. You are correct about the Bible being man-made or man-made, and everything in it is not righteous or true. So yeah, you right on some of that stuff or that you be talking about. I stand for correction or sit for correction or whatever.
No, I understand what you're saying. And we all do. I do myself. I don't mind being wrong.
Well, I was told that it was the word of God, man. What you expect for me to be thinking?
I expect you to think.
I'm saying, like, when you grow up, you don't know you look at the elders as being they telling you the truth. You don't realize that they tricking you.
True, you don't. And that's the hard part about deconstructing from this religion is that fact that you trust these elders, your parents, ministers, teachers, you trust these people to tell you the truth, but yet as you start reading these stories, you should start questioning whether or not they actually told you the truth.
They told me they was telling me the truth. I'm talking about the preachers, not parents, but the preachers. And then when you question them, they always had an answer or some type of answer to make it seem like, okay, they know what they're talking about. But I like you say, eventually we do got to have our own mind. I mean, we just like, things wasn't making sense. Like you said, God, the creator's not going to tell you to go take somebody else's land. That's man telling you that. That's man telling you to go take the land of Canaan or America and stuff like that. Because I'm an American Indian, right? But we still was like taught to be, believing in the Bible. Though we were still taught to believe in the Bible.
Actually, you were forced to believe in the Bible. Which tribe?
Yeah, you're right. In many cases, we were forced. Some of us was forced. Some of us just like, they like what they believe in.
Which tribe?
We deal with the Seminoles and the Cherokees.
Okay, so they were under the 5 Civilized Tribes Treaty, right?
Yeah, but on an individual, but that still was an individual thing. It's not like everybody. It's not like all of us submitted to that.
No. Back then, when that treaty was written, the treaty was based on those five, what they call the 5 civilized tribes. They had to adopt American clothing, they had to adopt Christianity, they have to adopt American methodologies of slavery. So they had to adopt English as their language.
Yeah, no, I wasn't disagreeing with that. I was saying that like some of us like may not put ourselves on the door roll or the Dawes roll, or whatever you want to pronounce it. That's what I'm saying. Like on that sense, like and some of us still, some of us didn't believe in the Christianity.
That's today. But when that treaty was signed, they had to convert over to Christianity as part of the treaty. There wasn't a if and this was an ultimatum. That treaty was an ultimatum, and they had to adopt Christianity as their religion. Right now, today,
yep, that's right.
Today, now here's the thing: they had to do it, but today you can critically think your way through saying that, yeah, I'm not going to accept that.
Right, but even back then, you still had your renegades. You still had your people that would rebel and go their own way or pretend they'll pretend to be accepting it. That's what I'm saying. Even if they verbally say
that's very few. That's very few. Every powwow that I've been to, every Native American that I've met, right? Every last one of them, for the most part. Well, not every last one. That's finite. About 99% of them are Christian.
Okay.
Because they've been raised Christians since that treaty.
Well,
and so each generation was being raised Christian. Now you got people who are walking away from it, who have walked away from the Christianity part, because they are now critically thinking in today's time. But their ancestors, they gave in to Christianity.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, a lot of times my ancestors may have done that, but not in their heart. What I'm saying, that's what I'm saying. Some of us, they didn't.
You can't say what's in someone's heart now that you don't know, that hasn't fully expressed it to you. You like that would be like me saying I know what was in John Reed's heart when he came to America. I don't know what was in that man's heart.
Well, no, I mean, some of my ancestors did tell me they didn't believe in that stuff, but some of them did.
Your ancestors from the 1700s and 1800s?
No. I'm talking about like my grandparents.
Okay, well, that's much later. I'm talking about back then when the treaty was signed and the following generation, them 1700 time frame. Like, we can't say what was in their heart if they really chose it or not. We don't know what happened in your grandparents. Now, something could have happened in your grandparents' life. Things were different in your grandparents' life than in their grandparents' life. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, right. Like I can't I don't have no. I didn't speak to I didn't speak to my great grandparents. What I'm saying is my grandparents, though, they didn't train me into Christianity, nor did my parents.
Gotcha.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I will eventually go ahead.
And that's the thing. And it's always interesting to me how people pick and choose what they're going to critically think about and what they're not. And most people don't critically think about their religion. They just accept it.
Well, I always had a problem with it, but then I think they used one of my friends to get to my mind, and then the pastor got to my mind. So, I don't know what made me start believing in the Bible, man. It's just, but then I think that was them, people that was close to me. They got people that was close to me, and then I saw some good things in it. So that's one thing that made me do it. Yes, I do. Okay, that's what made me do it too. But now I still take the good out of it, but I don't have to hold on to the religion aspect of saying, oh, I'm a Christian, or I'm a Hebrew, or I'm an Israelite, or I'm from the seed of Abraham. I don't have to embrace that. I don't have to say, okay, I'm the seed of Abraham. I don't have to receive that to know that, okay, we don't supposed to be murdering people, stealing and robbing. You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, but you on point. You 100% correct. I don't know if your way of gonna be as effective as other people's ways of denouncing Christianity and stuff, but it's effective evidently to some extent because people are listening to you. So, and I listen to you sometimes. So,
Yeah, the effectiveness I learned a long time ago from a motivational speaker, and he said this to me. He said there could be 10,000 people in the room. 9,000 of them may listen to me, but there's 1,000 that won't listen to me, but that 1,000 may listen to you. So we all play our part.
no doubt, no doubt, you playing your part. I mean, you getting you putting it in there. Is this you know, I would I I don't I think that you don't deal with the core. I know you're saying you are, but I don't think you're dealing with the core. You are always saying Christianity, but really, like you said in the past, I heard you say that Christianity is built off of Judaism or the Old Testament. So
Yeah.
but I know you attack the old, you criticize the Old Testament, but I I don't know, but I know one thing. We don't all come from the same man and same woman, but that don't mean you don't treat everybody right. Though I mean, it's like the Bible calls people to be hateful towards one another for no reason.
Right. So does the New Testament. I mean, the whole thing does.
And I don't like that part. That's the part I don't. That's one of the parts I don't like about the Bible because, like, why you hate this person because of the complexion of their skin or the texture of their hair? I'm like, that is so ignorant to me, especially nowadays. When I think about it, I'm like, okay. And then why are you trying to take over other people's lands? So it's not even yours, or you never even have been. You just came in the 1300s or the 1200s or whatever. Why are you doing these things to these people? But then some of our people that was over here, right, American Indians, right? They wanted some of them people to come over here. So it ain't just their fault either. It's actually the fault of some of our people that was over here in America that wanted the pilgrims, or I mean the colonialists, to come over here.
I don't know about that part. I've never heard that part before.
Yeah, man. So, yeah, they was
I've
doing
never
trade.
heard that some of them wanted the Europeans to come to America. They allowed Europeans to come to America mistakenly, but as far as wanting them to come, I don't know of any tribe that had a large number of people thinking, yes, we want these Europeans over here.
You don't think there's people who don't want Europeans in Iraq and Iran? They do the same thing everywhere. I'm not saying they wrong for what they're doing per se. That's not the point I'm trying to make. I'm saying sometimes
you can't really compare those because we're living in a global society now where people have information about those other people and how they're living. What the indigenous people to America had, they did not have knowledge of what life was like in those European countries when Europeans first started coming here. They just saw, oh, here's some travelers coming here and we're welcoming them and we're going to help them out. It wasn't until later on that they realized, no, these fuckers are bringing disease and they taking our land.
Don't plan on leaving, and they don't plan on leaving either.
Right, which is why like the Seminoles had 7 wars against them. And one of the reasons why, like, most people think about African slaves running north, but growing up in Georgia, you learned a lot more about how, and then living in Florida, I learned a lot more about how a lot of African slaves, they went to the Seminoles. They ran away to the Seminoles and became part of their tribe during those 7 Seminole Wars. Mm-hmm. And they fought alongside the Seminoles and became part of their tribe at that time frame.
So what you're saying, you don't think that some of the American Indians was not basically had evil minds because they used the ingenuity of the Europeans to help conquer the other American Indians.
Well, that's different from wanting them to come. Trading with someone but wanting someone to come and live on your land is 2 different things. Like the Dahomey wanted to trade with the Dutch and the Portuguese, but they weren't willing to give the Dutch and Portuguese their land.
Okay, so you don't think that some of some of my American Indians did not want them to actually live here?
There might have been a few, but there's no individual tribe. What I'm saying, there might have been some few people, but I'm saying as far as a whole tribe saying that, hey, yeah, come on over here, and more of y'all need to come over here. That part I have never heard of. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm just saying I've never heard of a tribe that was like, yeah, send some more Europeans over here and we got land for them. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand.
I've never seen any documentation or historical accounts or anything that would show that.
Okay.
Now you got like the Manhattan Indians. The Europeans got there, they said they want to buy this land. They said, all right, sure, we can buy the land, even though they didn't really have land ownership themselves. They didn't do land ownership, but they was like, sure. This commerce thing that you're talking about, we can do it. But they weren't asking them to come. And that's the difference that I'm saying. They weren't asking them to come. The fuckers they just showed up. And then once they showed up, and then they started making, yes, deals were made after they showed up, but I don't think they were like, hey, Queen of England, King of England, send some more people.
Okay, yeah. I wouldn't say, yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. I wasn't saying it like that either. I'm saying like basically once they started dealing, when they come over here, it was like, okay, they got something we like, we got something that they can have too then. And so that's what I meant by like,
once they get here, then it's like, oh shit, these horses, let me get some of them. These guns, let me get some of them guns. Yeah, that definitely happens.
Yeah, and then they be like, here, you can have some of this land right here. That's what I'm saying. Like,
you make that, but that's making the deal after they're already here. So that's the disconnect. I thought you were saying they was asking them, like sending letters over saying that, hey, send some more of your people. We got plenty of land.
Oh no, I wasn't saying that, but that's a possibility too, though. That is a possibility, though.
I doubt that one. I doubt if they were saying send some more people.
I mean, they might. What I mean by that is they might have said
horses. Sure.
Well, send some more help. You know, send some more of your stuff so we can help. You know, defeat our American Indian brothers.
Yeah, that's something that's happened throughout history. For almost every region, once people get connected to other people with superior technology, they always want to trade more so that they can fight their own enemies. You know.
But what I'm saying is sometimes you need foreigners. Some people want foreigners to come, not foreigners, the colonists. They wanted them to come over here to help them establish certain things that they didn't know how to establish, or to help fight their enemies. So in order to do that, they had to, deal with them and say, okay, well, we want a portion of this land, and if we're gonna help you beat your enemies.
Well,
you see what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying. We're saying the same thing in that regard. We're just using different words, but we're saying the same thing in that regard.
But yeah, I'm just saying, so. But you're right, man. I think that we can take the good out of the books, though. We can take the good that's in the books.
Yeah, we don't need the Bible at all, though.
Well, I'm not gonna say we do or don't. I'm gonna leave that up to you. You the boss on that.
No, I'm gonna say we don't, because there ain't anything that's good in the Bible you can find in places that does not involve all the heinous bullshit of the Bible, or even believing in that God, or believing in a God at all. You can read you can read the Buddhist text, which I forgot the name of the Buddhist text, and you can get everything good that you get out the Bible, and you don't have to believe in a God.
What's the name of that text again?
I can't remember the name of it. I was about to say the Upanishads, but I think the Upanishads is Hindu text. Okay. I know the Vedics is Hindu text. Hold on, wait a minute.
You said the Hindu text?
No, not the Hindu text. So the Buddhist texts are called, that's the Diamond Sutra.
While you looking, I just want to say I'm never gonna call back again and say
the Dhammapada.
Okay, the
Dhammapada.
Yeah, the Dhammapada.
That's the primary one. Of course, there are other books written by other Buddhas later on, but the Dhammapada is the main one.
Okay, that's about, you say that's Buddha, right?
Yeah,
Okay, so is it in? I'm not. I haven't read that. Is it in there about no same-sex marriages or no same-sex relationships? Because so far, I only read in the Torah. That's the only book I know that condemns that
I don't recall
that I know of.
I don't recall that being in there, but that would have never been a big issue for me because I don't care.
Well, no, I just wanted to know. You were saying things that you can. I was just trying to see that you said it, things that you find in the Torah and the Tanakh, you can find in other books. And I'm like, maybe so, but a lot of stuff is not in those other books that people be reading.
Yeah, but good things is the key word there. Is the key phrase is good things, not your personal issues, but good things. And if you can find this book, this is a good book to have. You see that? I don't know if you can remember this or you can write it down.
Okay, I see it. Yeah.
Like this is a good book to have.
But it's talking about, it got Jesus in there.
Yes, it's called Jesus, Buddha, Krishna, and Lao Tzu, The Parallel Sayings by Richard Hooper.
So that book is contained. It's basically it's dealing with Abraham and Jesus and stuff, right?
No.
That's in there.
Okay.
Because if they're mentioning Jesus, Jesus is supposed to represent the Jews or the Israelites.
Listen,
and they taught against, the Jews taught against same-sex marriages and same-sex relationships.
You're going too far. You're going too far. This book shows you parallel sayings that are primarily good things. So it's not going to go into some of those things that the Bible goes into as far as like same-sex marriage and
okay.
Women, killing all the women, killing all the people except for the women who've not known a man. It's not going to go into those things. It's going into just the good things that are parallel within all of them. And it goes into some of the spiritual things that are parallel within all of them. It doesn't get into those types of things. Now, does the Dhammapada talks about same-sex marriage? I don't know. I can't say it does or can't say it doesn't because I don't remember. But
okay, that's fine. No, that's no worries. I'll find out. But I just want to say to you that I'm not gonna ever say that the Word of God. I mean, the Bible is the Word of God. Some of it is, but not all of it, of course. And I'm never gonna say all of it is. Again, I never call you. I never, say that again. I'll never defend that Bible as being the Word of God. Totally the Word of God. Excuse me. And that we have to be Hebrews or Israelites or Christians. Well, I shouldn't say Hebrews. I should say Christians and Israelites or whatever. So no, I won't be doing that no more.
I'm with you. Okay. I never will ever again myself. But let me get these other people on here before I get off.
Yes, sir.
All right. Appreciate it. I know I got Trevor, then Miss Fifi, then Dalius, and then let me make sure I got this order right. And then Bobby. Y'all trying to make me do 4 hours. I know what y'all trying to do. Trevor.
Hey.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good.
I wanted to say again, I appreciate the talk yesterday. I think everything you bring up is so interesting.
I couldn't understand what you said. What'd you say?
Oh, I was just trying to compliment you. I'm saying everything you bring up is really interesting.
Thank you.
I guess you're giving me silence so that I can say what I called about that.
Yeah, what is you? So did you call about the subject matter?
Yeah, I'm interested. So it's obedience versus righteousness. The Bible is teaching obedience instead of righteousness. And I think every call you've had has kind of gotten to a similar point. It seems like to me that Can
Can I get you to get closer to your microphone?
Yeah, sure. I'll try to stay here. And you kick me off too when it's time, because I only have a broken clock.
Okay.
So this list of names, and we keep saying that it would be unreasonable for these people to not be punished and for
Right.
God to be good, right?
Yeah. You said it'd be unreasonable for these people to not be punished? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be.
I think that's interesting. I think one other caller got to that, kind of pointed at that and was saying, like, well, isn't that about the interpretation of the empire and the law that is saying that these people are like, and maybe it's right for everyone in the empire to agree, like, we should probably punish these people for having done bad things we think are antisocial. But it is still the empire putting their interpretation onto the world, right?
It is. That's why it's subjective.
I guess I find that interesting. So that's it's something where it seems like Christianity is about being unreasonable. Is that off base?
Yeah, it's you are being unreasonable because you have faith in a God that whose morality is lower than your own.
That could be.
Yeah, it definitely is. And
I
that
mean, I
unreasonable
disagree
thought.
that his I disagree that his morality is lower. Just because he's doing things or causing things to happen which seem unreasonable to us.
So you disagree that you did so what's a morality of God that you think is of a higher moral standard than our own, that we deemed our morality is higher? Like, give me an example.
I think probably any of these names you pulled up, but I was thinking of David.
Okay.
Because like his wrongness was covetousness, right? And then like a plot to cover it up.
Say that again.
He that David and Bathsheba.
Uh-huh.
And then he caused someone to be killed.
So you're saying that God's moral of killing the baby, or you talking about Uriah?
I was talking about Uriah.
So so when David forced Bathsheba to have sex with him, which is wrong, then tried to cover it up with Uriah, and then killed Uriah, you're saying that this God, then the punishment for all of that, the punishment was laid on the child and Uriah. Are you saying that that's right? That's a higher moral standard than our own?
That's interesting. I mean, I think what I'm saying is that I kind of believe that the punishment was not put on those people. That obviously you're right to say that those people suffered, the baby and Uriah,
and Bathsheba,
and they suffered wrongly.
Yeah, they did.
And yet, I think what is being said is that David is still, even though he seems unreasonable to our eyes, he's still good grounding.
He's still what?
He's still like a good ground to build on.
A good ground to build on? Is that what you said?
Yeah, because he repented, I think. I don't actually know the story well enough I'm speaking totally out of.
So let me ask you a question. So we had a president who had an affair, who had a forceful affair with a woman, then killed her husband, and then the baby dies, and then that woman becomes first lady, you think we should still keep this person as president?
Well, I think the story is indicating that if that person were to lift their soul to God, even when they know that they've done wrong, then they should be.
So when you have a pastor who is cheating on people, stealing their money, you think he should still be the pastor?
It depends on how he's meeting his own, like the world's responses to his actions. If he's cheating and stealing, and he's really, it's the thing. It's confusing because there's a period of time where this pastor is going to be in the wrong, and I'm just saying that I feel like these books are indicating that you can be in the wrong for a bit, and it can seem truly unreasonable to re-accept you, and yet it can be right through these teachings, these like prophetic teachings that are coming.
Okay, so again, if somebody who's the president right now did the things that David did, and it's an election season, would you vote for that person to be the president still, even though they've done those things?
I guess no, if they are meeting those accusations wrongly, if they're meeting those accusations and turning their back from their own, to use a word, devilry, if they're turning their back on their own devilry, then I probably wouldn't want to like reinvest in that person. I wouldn't want to like build my foundation with them.
Okay, so your morals are higher than God's.
No. Yeah, I got my morals out of the book, I think.
No, your morals are still higher than this God's moral, because you would not allow that person to still be president, right?
Well, no, I was saying that, so I wouldn't like that if they don't meet their own devilry, if they don't lift themselves.
Okay, so the president does all those things, and then during the presidential election, he apologizes. I'm sorry, I repent. I'm wrong for doing what I did to Uriah. I'm wrong for raping Bathsheba, and my baby died. And after the baby died, I just repented. I'm wrong. You still vote for that person?
That's such a crazy feeling to even consider that choice. But in some way, I feel like if I could see this person really show the transformation, it's like I don't know what I would need to see, and yet these stories are about how there might be some value in unreasonably, like, trusting people that it seems unreasonable to trust.
Trevor, I don't believe you. I don't. Now, I know that there are some people who still would, but I'm going to choose not to believe you. I'm going to choose that if, let's say Trump can run for another office, run again, and that if he did all those things, unless you are so brainwashed into believing that he was assigned by God and that he repented, but if you use critical thinking, I don't think you would elect that. I don't think you would re-elect him as president. I want to choose to think that your morality would say, no, I don't give a shit what he said as far as forgiveness. That's good. If he believes he forget that he repent, good. But you're not going to be president no more. Go live your life and try to make up for it. Because repentance is making up for the shit that you did. It's not just saying, oh, I'm sorry, God, please forgive me. It's actually making amends for what you did. I don't think that a sane person, and I hope you're not offended by that, but a sane person would still say, but I want to keep this person in office. Now, I know that people do that because there are pastors who have done some fucked up stuff, and the church people, there are a bunch of church people who still support that pastor. and there's presidents who have done some messed up things, and people still support those presidents. I would hope that you don't.
I mean,
Because
that everything
gotta
you're saying
step
makes
down.
sense.
Like, if you step down and then you spend the next 10, 15, 20 years of being a good report, making amends for the stuff that you did, and then you run again, okay, you might have changed. But I'm not going to let you do all that shit, then just say, I'm sorry, I repent, and then keep you in office. Because all you've told that person is, you can go fuck around and then just come back and say, I'm sorry, and you can go back to fucking around again. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And so that's what David did. The only difference is David was in a monarchy. So a monarchy is different. You literally have to overthrow the king. And a lot of your churches are monarchies.
I feel like I don't know quite enough about where, like, what was around David. So
he was a monarch. I mean, he was a king, so he was a monarch.
Yeah,
he controlled the church, and he controlled the government. He controlled the military. He was a monarch. He could
I
have
guess
at any time.
I'm wondering particularly, like, how did he repent? See, now I'm already feeling out of it.
He put on some sackcloth, didn't take a bath, walked around moping while the baby was sick for those 8 days that the baby was sick until the baby died. And then after the baby died, then he washed himself, cleaned himself up, put on some good clothes. And that's it. That's all he did. And then he made Bathsheba become one of his wives. So the woman that he raped, he made her become a wife, and then had 2 more babies from her. That's his whole repentance. You think Bathsheba wanted to be his wife after you now raped me and you killed my husband?
Yeah, it doesn't sound right.
Yeah, it's not. That's a low moral bar, and that's the point. We have a higher moral bar than this God.
Maybe.
We should, at least. And I say I would say the majority of people does have a higher moral bar than this God, because the majority of people today wouldn't stand for that. The only way that a leader gets away with bullshit like that is they control the guns. It's the only way. I said Bathsheba, not Beersheba. But let me get these other few people, because I'm not doing this for 4 hours.
Okay, sorry. And yeah, just kick me out of here if you're totally uninterested.
Oh shit! What did you say? What was that last name?
Hey, thank you for bringing me back. I just wanted to ask you about what was making you think about Spinoza's God.
What?
You said that you were reading about Spinoza's concept of God last night.
Oh, yeah. No, I was thinking about last night. I was thinking that I was just going to do a live about Lot and how sick Lot was and how he's held up as a righteous man. And in my research about Lot, one of the PhD papers that I was reading, it started talking about this guy Spinoza. And so then that's why then I went and researched who Spinoza was. So that's where that's how Spinoza came into the process.
Yeah, Spinoza's really interesting to me. Because he kind of has this thing about, like, to me, it's kind of like, it seems like it's about how Christians want to read God as having predestined things, right, and made it good. And yet, Spinoza's kind of like, so from what I understand of Spinoza, he was a guy in Spain who was like learning about kind of Judaism and Islam through Maimonides or something like this. But
I didn't get that deep into Spinoza. I just read the parts about his treatise that he wrote about this guy is teaching obedience over actual ethics, and that our ethics should not be based on obedience to this God, but what is best for humankind. So as far as that's the only part about Spinoza that I read last night.
Yeah, from like reading like a summary on Google, I was seeing that there's like a contrast. He talks about the distinction between like rational knowledge and this prophetic knowledge, and that's kind of where I'm trying to point at. I feel like that rationally you can say that it is wrong to be doing certain things, or it's wrong to have done certain things, but then it, like he's saying, I think that there is an imminent source of knowledge that is kind of emotional that comes out when people suffer, even if they've done things that are wrong. It's like maybe the structure of the world around them causes them to do wrong things, and then they're suffering in that. This emotion arises, and it lets you see what has been the missteps that were taken. And that's why I'm trying to point out that I feel like these people on this list are all people that, if they should be in prison, they have wronged someone. And if they hold up their soul to God in the right way, they'll feel about it so much that they'll change.
Okay. Well, the only thing about most of these people, what they did was supported by God for most of them. And God supported them. And most of them didn't transgress.
Should God support the people who will change? Sorry.
Most of them didn't need to change because most of them didn't transgress God. God told Abraham to sacrifice your son. So there was no transgression there. This guy told Joshua to go genocide all these people.
Yeah, Abraham, like being told to sacrifice his son, that is something that is unreasonable for sure.
Yeah, but God told him to do it. So there's no transgression. There's nothing for him to change nor repent from.
So then it's like a deeply irrational thing that this man is being forced into doing, essentially. And this man still holds on to God. And I assume when he's thinking about sacrificing his son, he's feeling so much about it. And God says, that's the point.
Yeah, you can superimpose what you think he was feeling, but we have no idea. All we know is that he was willing to do it, and he pulled up the knife to do it. He set up everything, so he's a sick bastard at the end of the day. He's an obedient fool. So anytime somebody says I'm killing my kids because God told me to, if you're a Christian, if you believe in this book, you should accept it and say, okay, go ahead. That's God say so.
Yeah, I'll think about that.
Okay.
And earlier you didn't offend me by saying I was unreasonable. I feel like I'm just coming at you with only unreasonable things to say. So.
Yeah, I think your moral standard is higher than this guy. You may not accept it, but it is. It is. But let me hit these other people because I'm not doing 4 hours. I'm getting out of here. All right. We're not doing 4 hours. Y'all be trying to trick a brother. Let's see. I know Miss Fifi was next, then Bobby. And no, Miss Fifi, then Dallas, then Bobby. Hey, Miss Fifi.
How you doing?
All right.
Well, I've been listening for a while.
Thank you.
And I don't think anybody, well, the last fella, he just talked about obedience and righteousness, but they pulled the conversation somewhere else, and I was like trying to follow the Native American history lesson. I don't know. I was like, what about the subject? Anyway, I'm kind of upset because I loved Elijah as a prophet. And what did he do? What did Elijah do that I did not read about?
Okay, so it's two things about Elijah that I spoke about. Number one, so you know the contest that he had with the priest of Baal, right?
Right.
So after he proved that his God was the God and and Baal was not, what do you think is the moral thing to do? Allow those priests to convert over to your God, since you just given them a physical demonstration, or to march them down to a riverbank and kill all 450 of them?
Well, he should have gave someone some time to repent.
But he didn't. He didn't.
Oh,
He took them down to the riverside. You know that song, Down by the Riverside. And he killed all 450 of them. And then, of course, you know the story where there were 42 young people and they called him Baldy. And so he summoned 2 bears to come and kill those 42 kids.
That wasn't nice.
Right. So if 42 kids call me fat, should I kill them, or should I talk to them about respecting people and understanding people's emotions and how being, criticizing people is not a good thing? Or should I kill them?
I think you should lose weight.
Right. Well, I don't think he could grow hair back at the time frame. But should he kill him?
Oh, Elijah. But you know what? You gave me such a perspective on David. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
David just put it in our heads that, he was after God's heart, and God loved him so much, and the songs and everything that we grew up on.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
I guess you got to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
I sure will. Because there's absolutely no way I'm going to still sit under the authority of a king who would do the shit that he did with Bathsheba and Uriah.
Yeah, and you know what? Even in little kids, they told us that story, and no one flinched.
No, because they'll finish it with David is a God after his own heart, and David repented. He was so sorrowful. He repented for 8 days, and then he forced Bathsheba to marry. They don't talk about the fact that he forcing Bathsheba to marry him and produce 2 more children. It's never from Bathsheba's point of view. As a woman, if a man killed your husband after he forced you to sleep with him the first time, do you really want to sleep with him some more and live in his house?
No, I don't think that's a good thing.
Right.
He had to go through a lot.
Yeah, that's the and he ain't really repent. 8 days of being crying over the baby. But you don't give 2 rat's ass about Uriah, and you don't care nothing about this woman, and Uriah is still dead. So no. David is just like a lot of powerful men. They go to Epstein's Island.
I don't think that Uriah is who you think he is.
Uriah was just the only thing we know about Uriah is he was married to Bathsheba. He was a faithful warrior. He was a faithful, and then he was really a good leader as far as my troops aren't at home, so I'm not going home. And then he got killed.
Okay, that don't make sense. You've been on a trail for a long time with these fellas, and then you don't want to come home to the softness of a woman.
Well,
to get your humanity back.
No.
You rather be with your fellas?
Yeah. I know some people who re-enlisted during Desert Storm because they was like they was about to get out. They had not served like all these years, but they saw that their unit was getting ready to go to Desert Storm, and they was like, no, I'm going to re-enlist because I'm not going to abandon my troops. I'm going to go out here and fight this war with my guys. Yeah. I know a bunch of them jokers. And then when I dealt with some of the different special forces, those guys are definitely like that.
Okay.
They could have a chance to go home, but if they know that their guys is about to go on a mission, they're like, no, I'm gonna go on this mission with my guys.
It's like I'm going to the pajama party.
Yeah, I mean, but war makes men in war create bonds that rival the bond between a husband and a wife because of some of the things, especially if it's a all-out kind of war. Those guys will bond tightly. Just go and visit and hang out with them VFW jokers who were from like Vietnam and all that. Them guys got a bond that is stronger than family bonds. So it's very plausible that Uriah could have had that mentality. But that's all we know about him. We don't know anything else about Uriah.
He was on the front line.
Yep, and all them dudes pulled back from him, which to me is like they were some punks for pulling back from him. I don't give a damn what orders are given to me. If I was told to pull back from my guys that I was with during when we evacuated Liberia, I would have told my command, the hell with you. I ain't pulling unless my whole fire team is pulling back. I ain't pulling back. I'd have disobeyed them orders like a champ. Because I wouldn't have left my guys sitting there. No, never would.
No, that wasn't right.
And those guys that I fought with, except for one person, except for one guy, but everybody else is always welcomed in my life. Always. Even this one dude who West Virginia crazy bastard. Queen could knock on my door right now and say, I need a place to stay. Hey man, they got a room right here. The only one guy that I wouldn't let do it was this fucking coward when we was down in Sudan, North Sudan. He was a coward. That's the only dude. Oh, and this one girl who froze. I forgot about her. There's one girl who froze. Yeah, she got to go. But anybody else, I'm down with them.
Do you think that we were acceptance of the stories because of the way that the preachers approached the text?
Yeah, they gave us softballs. They gave us a soft version of these stories. They aligned the focus to be on David's repentance and David feeling so bad and all that. And they didn't get into how Bathsheba felt. They didn't get into Uriah's death. They kind of skirt over those things, you know. They don't get in depth to the contrast of Lot offering his daughters to be gang raped over some strangers. These two dudes are strangers in my house. They try to make it seem like Lot knew they was angels from day one. These are strangers. I'm not giving my daughters for no stranger. I'm not giving my daughters for people that I love. That ain't happening.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, you can't really. I don't know. I guess that was the place in hell at the time of the century where, people did not have rights.
No, they didn't. And women did not have rights. Women were just property and they didn't contain much value. And since Lot's supposedly future son-in-laws was like, hell no, I'm not going with y'all. Lot didn't see the value in his daughters. They're not getting married, so they have no value.
Yeah, you like what Paul says. It's all an allegory.
Nah, these people thought that shit was happening for real. I think Paul still believed that those things happen for real, but that you're just supposed to learn a lesson from them. But they believe that stuff was literal. Because if they didn't believe it was literal, then there is no line to David. And if there's no line to David, there's no line to Jesus. So they have to believe that it's legit, that those people existed. Because without Shem, you don't get Israelites. So everybody that's in the line of Shem has to be real people. Otherwise, Jesus cannot be the Messiah that they believed he was.
Say what?
So Jesus supposedly comes from the line of David, right?
Mhm.
David comes from Jesse down to Ruth and Boaz and all that, right?
Mhm.
They all are Israelites, right?
Mhm.
Without Shem, you go down Shem's line, you get to Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and then Israelites. So you got Israelites. If all of that was allegory, meaning that none of those people actually existed, then the whole Israelite line from Shem could have never existed. Then it would be just fake. So Jesus could not be the Messiah because then all Israelite people are just fake. You see what I'm saying? So that allegory thing is bullshit.
It really happened.
Yeah, they believe it really happened. Paul just know how screwed up it is, a messed up ass story. Terrible.
You got me there. Oh boy, I just wanted to know what Elijah did. Oh
Yep.
my goodness.
Elijah's terrible, killing those priests and then killing them children.
Yeah. Well, if he goes to the, I don't know, is he going to the bosom of Abraham? Or where?
Well, actually, Elijah was supposedly God just brought him up to heaven. He's supposed to already be in heaven. He supposedly appeared to Jesus during the transfiguration, and some people think that he's one of the two witnesses in Jerusalem in Revelation. So he's not in the bosom of Abraham. He's supposed to be walking with God. Him and Enoch, Enoch and Jesus supposedly are walk and the thief are all walking with God.
Well, if you really see it,
Yep. So
oh gosh.
I guess if you kill 492 people, then you get your ticket punched to go to God.
You know, it's always a mess. It's always military force and everything, and it's told by whoever wins.
Yep.
But the thing about it is, why do they always be the victims? Why is somebody always coming into their area and taking them somewhere into a foreign land?
Because they weak. They weak. They were a weak nation. They were not a powerful kingdom. They were a weak nation. And they've been controlled, the majority of their existence, they've been controlled by other people. So they are always the victim. And God punishes, because it's always they ain't worshiping God right, and that's why they get punished. No, y'all just weak. You're just weak. And I don't mean that like they are subhuman or anything like that. It's like Cuba. Militarily, Cuba is a weak nation. Militarily, Colombia is a weak nation. In the grand scheme of all the world militaries, they're just weak. So unless they build their military forces, they can be conquered by damn near anybody.
Okay.
And the Israelites, they only were able to have their own kingdoms during the Bronze Age collapse because everybody was suffering during the Bronze Age collapse. And then soon as that part of the world recovered from the Bronze Age collapse, they went back to being conquered. They were conquered by the Assyrians, then the Babylonians, then the Persians, then the Greeks, then the Romans, and then they flip-flop between Ottomans and Europeans. So they just militarily weak. And that's why Israel put so much energy into their military now. That's why everybody has to go serve in the military, because they recognize their history is that they have been conquered.
You don't thought about it like that. I thought they was just being disobedient. Okay.
No, they're just militarily weak. They learn how to fight better. All right.
All right.
All right. Appreciate you, Miss PP.
I'll see you later.
See you later. And we got Dalios. Dalios.
What's up, Coach? How you doing?
Pretty good. I like that name. Dalios.
So there's a lot of people that like that name. I'll tell you a funny story right quick. I was in an airport and a lady was calling out my name, but she didn't say Dalius. She said Delicious. And it's like,
you
it was just funny.
You can call me Bomalicious.
She said Delicious, and she smiled when she said it too, and I'm like, it's Dalius. But if I didn't have to catch that flight, I would have got a number though.
Damn. See, Dalius, I love the series Spartacus.
Mm-hmm.
You ever see that series Spartacus?
Some of it.
See, Dalius sounds like one of those names that would have been in that series of Spartacus. And I love that series.
Sorry to cut you off. Somebody else said it. I think it was he Italian or something? He said the same exact thing that you said.
Yeah, I watch Spartacus once a year. Whole series, all four.
I used to be so into watching stuff like that, like 300, and I was a big mythological geek when it came to like Hercules, Zeus, and all of them. But I slowly, because of what you be talking about, I slowly got away, stopped looking into it because it was, as what's my dude IG said, it was like a mental or a psychological thing. Like I shouldn't even be looking at these researching or knowing about these people because I'm thinking I'm going to go to hell.
Oh,
if
shit.
you catch me.
Yeah, I understand.
But back to for your topic though, the Bible teaches obedience over righteousness. I see that. Well, I've seen that growing up. Like I seen that in my family. Let's just say, for example, you got pastors or deacons or men that say they were religious and they will mess with their children, and and the children will still be obedient to the pastor or which might have been their father, and like that's going on in my family, and it's like, why the hell didn't you just go in there in that house in a room late at night and just, I don't care if he was your dad or not, I would have smothered his face with a pillow or that he would not have been alive. And that right there, it showed me that's the problem. That's what a problem I see with the teachings of the Bible is that stuff when you keep making that point that women are nothing in the Bible, and it's still in the mind frames of the women that are Christian or whatever, because I'm starting to get on the whole boat, like screw religion, point blank, period.
Right.
Whether you're Christian, Islam, whatever. If you start talking nonsense about something that's in the sky that's not in the sky, whatever, I don't want to listen to you. But that I see that a lot with not females, but with women that's Christians or religious, that they will stand by the side of the person that did them wrong.
Yeah.
And that's another form of the obedience that you're talking about, obedience or righteousness. They're like, well, he's a righteous man. No, he's not. That is a monster.
Exactly. And like that's like the point of where we are today. You can still see how people do exactly what you're saying. There's a pastor in Wilmington, North Carolina, about a month or so ago, he was accused of having an affair with his worship leader and was grooming a few other women to have an affair with them. Right now, he's just being accused. Nothing more has come from it. But just the accusations alone, he should step down until this thing is resolved. But you got half the church supporting him, half the church has walked away from him. If I'm a part of that church, now I'm fair, so I'm going to say, okay, pastor, you need to step down for now until this is resolved. If it's found out that you are having an affair with this woman, you're no longer the pastor here. If it's found out that they are lying and you haven't been having an affair, then you step back into your role. But you got to step down until we figure it out. These people will let the pastor find out that the pastor did some stuff, and then they still support him. Just like they did Eddie Long. It was beyond a doubt that he was having sex with them young boys. But half them motherfuckers still support it. Well, more than half still supported this dude in doing that. You know, and people have been conditioned through these types of stories to believe that, because even when you look at Creflo Dollar, when he came out and said that I've been teaching tithes wrong, okay, you gonna give back these people money? Of course not. He just changed the narrative, and these stupid ass people still support this man. Like, we've been conditioned to do that through these types of stories, instead of saying that this shit is just wrong and you need to go. And Abraham, Lot, Moses, Joshua, Elijah, David, Japheth, they all need to go. These should not be
you're
glorified stories.
And
Jesus too.
I'm my fault, but
Go ahead.
I haven't read it. I haven't made it past the Moses story, but because look, I keep trying to listen to it, and it's like listen and read it, because I do both at the same time because I'm dyslexic, and the font, I just got to listen to it and read it at the same time. But when it came, I make it up to Moses, and it's like I don't want to hear nothing else about this damn Bible. Like it just turns me off, and I've done said that before. But then when you talked about Jesus, you done said this like 3 times in the past 2 weeks. Jesus and the pig farm. Yeah. I never realized that no matter how many times a preacher or somebody mentions that, he damn sure enough did just make that pig farm poor. Like, he just took away his whole livelihood.
Yeah. And mind you, a pig farmer is already poor in that society. Mm-hmm. At that time frame, pig farmers are already poor. Right? So even in Roman communities, those who do pig husbandry are the lowest caste of people. They're down there with the poor people. So now you just made a poor man poorer. And that's some bullshit.
Yeah.
How you loving, and that's what you do. What do you say? The man, he should have never had pigs in the first place. Come on now. And then he beat, and they glorify the fact that he beat the shit out of people in the church.
Yeah, and that too, like, all the let's just say I'm sure you remember the Moses movie that they had with the Caucasian, or whatever you want to say. And then they had what was it? Mel Gibson came out with the Passion of the Christ. Oh man, yeah. I don't want to talk about that era. What?
Yeah, but the movies is also another way that they soften all these stories and try to make it seem like the bad things that they did were good because God commanded them to do it, or anything Jesus does is good because he's God. The movies soften you. They make you think otherwise. You start looking at the Prince of Egypt and you thinking they were walking around singing songs and shit, that it was all good. But no, those stories are terrible. They ain't gonna, and then they're not gonna talk about Moses saying kill all them after you done won the battle. Now kill all the baby boys and kill all the women who've known a man, and then force the young girls who are not who haven't had sex, force them to be your wives. And the only way you can make someone your wife is to have sex with them.
So they're raping them.
Yes, they certainly was.
Coach, I got one thing to ask you. Well, not ask you, but you mentioned this word once before. Now I'm in school taking for the past like 3-4. No, I'm on week 5. I'm enrolled back in school to get my education, get back up. But I've been on the side studying etymology because I want to get back into writing and stuff. And that etymology is a whole, it just opened up a whole nother book of worms.
It does.
Like, yeah. Like it done led me to, are you a Moor? Or are you affiliated with Moors?
No.
Well, I've been watching some of their videos because it led me, like the word etymology just led me to that, where they was talking about a whole nother subject. And I'm not trying to get off this. I'm not going to get off the subject, but the word etymology has put me on like a whole nother plane, or whatever you want to say. Like we as melanated people, we created a lot of stuff, even the words that we say today.
Yeah, no doubt. But what do you mean specifically?
Like the word etymology, it roots back to Afro-European, or what's her name, Europa, and she was a black or a melanated woman that was blessed by Zeus. So if I'm getting it correct, like Phoenicians were Egyptians, or not Egyptians, but Phoenicians were people that looked into words or studied some. I got to look deeper into it, but mostly what I understand is Phoenicians was just mostly melanated people, if I'm correct.
Who you say? Who was melanated people?
Phoenicians or Europa. It's a lot. I've been doing a lot. I'm trying to get it's a lot of information in my head, but I know Europa was a melanated individual who was blessed by or praised by Zeus or whatever, favored by Zeus. But the word etymology still comes from her, or is rooted to her some way or another. Like I said, I got to look deep in, do some more research into it. But when it comes to us using words, like the word black don't mean what people think it means. It actually means burn. And that put me on, like, got me thinking that when these people was changing all the words, when they was making the Bible, most of the words in the Bible don't mean what people think they mean. That's why I was getting at.
Okay. I wouldn't say most of the words. Now, Europa, okay, so you're going into the Greek mythology, and I remember the Greek a lot of it, well, some of it. Europa was she was kidnapped by Zeus. She wasn't, that wasn't a friendly encounter. You know, Zeus wasn't a friendly guy when it came to women either. You know, he just snatched you up or impersonate your husband or something like that. But Europa was a Phoenician woman who was kidnapped by Zeus, and then something else happened. She was kidnapped by Zeus. What the fuck? Come on, brain.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there was a lot of information going on, like, for the past couple weeks with me studying or whatever, and it just
she was kidnapped.
Just trying to get to.
Yeah, she was kidnapped by Zeus, and then they just used her name to. That's what the land of Europe, because she was kidnapped and she was taken to Crete, and then the whole land of Europe was then called Europa based on her. And I mean, yeah, if she was Phoenician, then she would have been melanated. I don't understand how that's connecting to the Moors, though. I mean, Moor is.
Oh,
how does that
my
connect to the
fault.
Moor?
Are you? Oh, okay. No, it just led me to like the Moors led these videos about the Moors led me to that. It was I forget his name, but it just led me to the subject because what it was saying about the Moors, what the Moors was tying into was that we taught Caucasians, whatever you want to call them, we taught them how to wash their ass and stuff like that, and how to talk and how to build infrastructure and all that.
Don't do that. Don't do it. See, I go at one of my uncles. One of my uncles is trying to claim that we are Moorish, and I'm like, dude, you ain't, your ancestry don't come from no goddamn Moors. I know your whole ancestry, and it does not come from no damn Moors.
Did I say we?
No, I have an uncle that I fuss at him, but don't do the broad thing. The Moors only conquered the Iberian Peninsula, Spain and Portugal. They did not conquer into Germania, England, Italy, all of the rest of Europe. They just conquered a little part of Europe. They already had infrastructure. They weren't living in huts and shit like that. Now, some people were, but no matter where you go and what time frame, you're going to have poor people living in poor situations. But when you go to Spain, have you ever been to Barcelona or Spain?
I have not been nowhere outside of United States of America because of child support.
Okay, I understand the pain. So if you go to Spain, you will find Roman aqueducts. You will find Roman Colosseums in Spain. Like if you go to a bullfight in Barcelona, it's actually in an old Roman Colosseum. But they got Roman aqueducts. So they had Roman plumbing in Spain. They had infrastructure already from the time frame when they was in the Roman. They had Roman roads in Spain. They had infrastructure. The Moors did increase their infrastructure, but they did teach them more about hygiene because they had some stupid religious beliefs, and it wasn't a thing about technology. Their religious beliefs said that when you bathe, it allows for evil spirits to come into your body. So that's why the Christians during that time frame didn't bathe as much, because they thought evil spirits would be able to enter your body when you bathe. So it wasn't that they taught them hygiene because they didn't know anything. They had religious superstitions that kept them from doing that. Right? But these kings were living in castles. The kings and queens were living in castles and shit. And so this whole, they were barbaric, living like Stone Age kind of stuff. That's some Moorish propaganda. Right?
Okay.
They already had schools of education. The Moors just brought a better university system to the people in Spain and Portugal. Ain't got nothing to do with the rest of Europe. And then most of the Moors who were in charge of shit were Arabs. They were not sub-Saharan Africans. Most of the sub-Saharan Africans who were Moors were slaves, started out as slaves. They were slaves or started out as slaves and gained their freedom. And a lot of them gained their freedom by being a part of the military. So it wasn't like all of them were black. There were even some white folks who were Moors, who were part of the Moorish people, because they adopted the religion of Islam and they adopted the Moorish culture. So Moor is a broad thing, but the primary Moors are Arabs, not South Sahara. And one of the things I show my uncle, who is hard-headed as hell when it comes to this, is the fact, and well, not so much him, but his son, one of his sons, is that our ancestry does not come from Arabs, and it does not come from the African who are in the sub-Saharan Africans that were primarily in that slave trade of the Trans-Sahara. So ain't got no damn Moorish in my blood. And all these black folks running around talking, we Moors. And you're also now picking a group of people whose history really just starts, as far as the term Moor, in and around 600 CE. Before that, nobody called themselves Moors. And then they try to claim every goddamn thing. Oh, we taught the Chinese. The Chinese were originally Moors. The Japanese were originally Moors. Everybody was originally a damn Moor with that bullshit. But anyway, the etymology of words is good. Most of the Bible, the words mean what they mean.
Okay.
Here's the thing. You have to understand what they meant at that time frame. But most of the words mean exactly what they mean. You know, the Koine Greek means what the Koine Greek means. The Aramaic means what the Aramaic means. We have, when you read some of these bad translations, that's when people get messed up, is reading these bad translations, like King James. Right? So you got to look at, that's why I utilize the New Revised Updated Edition, New Revised Standard Updated Edition, because it's more true to what the words meant back then instead of what they mean now. Now they still use like stuff like Jesus, which it should be Joshua, right? In English, it would be Joshua. In Aramaic, it would have been Yeshua. But, you know, in the Greek, Koine Greek, it's Ius, because that's the transliteration and not a translation. So, but I commend you. Go ahead, keep studying the etymology of it, because when you do that, you do get to understand what the words mean. You know, with some, and you'll see some of the confusion. Like I was talking to a gentleman yesterday. It should never read in the beginning, God created. It should read when God began to create. You know, and that does give a different mindset. So my wife is telling me it's time to eat.
Got you, Coach. But yeah, I have not, like, I'm gonna keep. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, just laughing at my wife.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna keep. Like, I have not stopped with the etymology thing, because it really does help me out. It's helping me out more. Like I said, I do want to be a writer, like get a graphic novel going on too as well. But anyway, the etymology thing, like when I hear people say words, I go and I look at the word, and then I will go to the original meaning of it, and I'll be like, yeah, like the word smart don't mean smart. It originally means a pain in the ass, basically.
And also understand that language is alive. I'm sure you've heard me say that many times before, that language is alive, meaning that language changes. The word awful, I use this example most of the time, but the word awful 200 years ago didn't have the same meaning as it has right now. I mean, it still means, if you look it up in a dictionary, it still means full of awe. But prior to 200 years ago, it was a good thing. Like, it was, I'm in awe of you. I'm in awe of the magnificence of this storm, or I'm in awe of this building that was built so amazing. But then, because it started being related to tragedies, it started being, the context of it started being negative. Right? So language is alive in that we may see it as negative, but if you're reading something that was written in 1500s and it says that, you know, it was an awful building, or the event was awful, you know, the event that the king had was awful, then they don't mean that it was a bad event. They mean that it was a great event. So understanding that, so when you do the etymology, it helps you to understand the context of what they were. You have to understand the context of what they were saying at that time frame when they said it. Yeah.
Well, Coach, I'm gonna let you go. My daughter is hitting me up.
Yep, and it's
let me talk. And you have a good day.
I've been on here for almost 4 hours, so it's time to go. Appreciate you,
sir. You have a good day.
You too. Yeah, I had got the stars. We had got the stars thing, but after we moved, we haven't been able to log on to it. I need to call in people because I need to finish watching Spartacus House of Asher. Got to watch that too. Add that to my list of Spartacus to watch. Anyway, so I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna look up that word smart. That was an interesting one. I've never looked up the word smart to see what the etymology of that is. That's how my fingers automatically start typing Stuttgart, Germany. I'm just curious. Smart, having a showing of quick written intelligence, showing impertinence by making clever and sarcastic remarks. Programmed to be capable of some independent action. The person clean, neat, and well dressed. Attractive style is neatish, bright, fresh appearance, and quick and brisk. I see where it had the part about you being a sarcastic bastard. Sharp, stinging pain. Mental pain and suffering. Archaic. So the archaic of it. In a quick and brash manner. Okay. So I guess you need, and they didn't put the years on here when it had this meaning or that meaning. Usually it has that. I'm have to look for a different one. But I see what my mind is saying. I see what my mind is saying. Anyway, but hey, I appreciate you guys. We've had a great day, great conversation today. So I will see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be interesting. I do have some maintenance people coming. And they gave me one of them bullshit ass schedules. I hate that. We'll be there from 8 to 5. So I don't know when these maintenance people are going to come. It's probably going to happen right and interrupt the whole damn flow of the show. But we're still going to do the show tomorrow, even with an interruption, if possible interruption. So I'll see you guys tomorrow at around 12 to 12:30 Eastern Standard Time. Thank you to everybody who support the channel for giving gifts on TikTok, super fans. I saw some more additional fans on that one. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for supporting the channel. I know yesterday I didn't make any videos, but they're not doing construction outside anymore. So I'm going to make some videos today. And please support those videos by watching them, liking them, sharing them, subscribe to all the channels. And y'all have a great day. And remember to always, you got to free yourself to be yourself because your greatness is non-negotiable. Good journey, good vibrations.